can go to the NTA authorities in person and say that look, I have scored 590 and my rank is 10 lakh plus. So they hand over me a new scorecard and a new OMR sheet, which now they reduce my marks to 57.
This is an individual waiver. Individual, not what I would suggest respectfully, subject to meeting with your lordship's approval. But essentially, your lordships are examining whether there is any leakage impacting the nationwide, or there is some incident of theft which has taken place, which is our case, which has impacted students who can be segregated. Or as Mr. would argue, that there are such systemic flaws in the process that the entire examination has to be reconducted. Correct. To sort of reformulate what he said.
Correct. My lord, my limited plea, my lord.
Matter arguments are related. So in other words, therefore, what we have heard on this, that what we were arguments on is that the entire sanctity of the examination has been affected, therefore have a reason. Yes. And whether to discharge the burden of proof or to that extent, what are the material the picture?
Hi students, so again, the hearing has started. So you are going to hear it live, and today hopefully we are going to get the final verdict. Okay. So as of now, they are arguing the matter and they are talking regarding the petition of a student, where that student is asking about the deduction in marks. Okay. But initially he got good marks and good rank, but there is some issue in that. So we are going to hear that. Okay. Right. So I hope audio is fine.
Yes. Grateful. Because I don't think the remit of this court is to start looking at individual grievances of individuals.
Grateful.
So let me leave that open to any individual.
It's grateful. The Learned Solicitor General start just one point in 1 minute. Lord, there was a delay in distribution of papers, and the same date they held the examination. The first in the morning it was 2 p.m. to 5:20, and the same paper they held again from 6 to 9. So the question paper they got 20 minutes late or half an hour late. They were holding that question paper for first 3 hours, and again the same question paper they were holding for another 3 hours. So all the people who were given those 6 hours the same day to attempt the same question paper has again defeated the integrity of the examination. Because when somebody is getting 3 hours and 20 minutes once, these people got 3 hours and 20 minutes twice over the same day, question paper remains the same.
That initially they gave the wrong paper, the Canbank paper.
No,
but they distributed
not saying something. They gave paper like in a different medium. If you can specify that, Madhopur, they gave in a different medium, and they were holding question paper in a different medium. Somebody like in Rajasthan probably opted for Hindi. They were given English. Somebody opted English, were given Hindi. So there was a delay in changing it. So to compensate the delay, they held the examination over again the same day, giving other full time. So they were holding the question paper in their hand for 6 hours, more than 6 hours the same day. How they will be at par with the other people who got exactly 3 hours and 20 minutes?
Medium was distributed initially.
Students,
out of 4750 centers.
guys, I hope I'm audible. Please let me know. I hope everything is audible.
Two centers, but as per their own.
No. Ghaziabad comes for the first. There are no pleadings. There is nothing on the record. I mean, somebody may have told
denying that Ghaziabad was not held again.
A suspicion.
The argument
Without any pleading or material may not end the matter.
The argument is wherever the question.
Let's have clarity on the fact. So what happened was that at the beginning of the examination, if the medium of the candidate was, say, Hindi, if the candidates were given English,
Yes.
then at some point of time, when was this detected? What happened?
Yes, but in Savai Madhopur, they say they detected it through social media at 4:30.
No, so 3.5 hours later.
2.5 hours. It is there affidavit on record.
This is what happened.
2 o'clock, the question paper started. questions were given to the students. Questions must be raising objection that this is not my medium. No action was taken. NTA here in Delhi get to know of this incident at 4:30 the same day. Then they take a decision that we will have another examination the same day from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then these all 120 students in that center.
So at 4:30, the correct medium was due. They had, in any case, from a different medium, they had the paper right at 2 o'clock.
Correct. That's what I
Yes.
said.
They got more time inside.
But at 4:30, did they give them at 4:30 the correct medium?
The second examination is from 6 to 9.
So
9:20.
what you are saying that they held the same question paper, albeit in a different medium from 2 o'clock.
Correct. And what this happened at 2 stations, not one. Other one is at Ghaziabad.
No, we do not know. There is no reading of Ghaziabad. Yesterday, my lord.
There is an NTA press release if they remain in a denial mode.
2 o'clock. These students must have started answering also, albeit in a different medium.
That's right.
They were given at OMR.
I hope I'm perfectly audible, students.
They were opted for the field.
Correct.
Then at 4:30 this was discovered, so at 6 o'clock they hold up the examination the correct medium.
That's it.
With a separate set of OMR sheets.
Correct.
Now, how many students in Sawai Madhopur?
120 as per their showing.
How have those students fared, by the way?
I will show you.
And what
That's
Ghaziabad
correct.
is they are in a denial mode. Can you put them to the answer because their
All right.
press release
Let the
says
solicitor start. We will
Ghaziabad.
start. We will hear the solicitor. Thank you.
Savai Madhopur was another thing. They said we are monitoring it live here and we are securing that everything is fine. In Savai Madhopur, their systems are not working. They say from a social media we got to know after 2.5 hours of examination that this is what has happened. So their argument that all centers are monitored through live CCTV camera is completely destroyed. There is no system. And these CCTV cameras, some were installed, some were not installed. They have
Where
only
it is
issued
not
text.
installed, where it is. No, let me start. Let me start.
To say that.
Let
We are going to make your point now. We have to.
what has happened is, let me sum up.
Start right from the beginning.
Yes, let me sum up. Lord, I am not either against the petitioners, they are also Lord, students, nor against those Lord, who are not before the court. I am Lord, on behalf of NTA. What I have understood from the petitioner's point of view is, they have been able to give instances of 3 or 4 or 7 centers and raise a kind of apprehension or suspicion. Even if the suspicion is true, it would be true only for the purpose of that particular center, and I'll come to it separately. Now, your lordships are examining an issue where approximately 24 lakh students are involved. The total number of centers are 4,750. When your lordships examine whether there is a pan-India cross-country impact or not, this would be a relevant figure.
Yes, sir. Mr. Buddha, I know that you are very energetic, but you can please sit in the chair. Why do you have to stand? Yes, sir, Junior also is sit in the chair. It causes me less stress when everybody is comfortably seated in the chair. So, the Junior, there are some chairs here. There are some chairs with the locklets. They are all not here, so you can come and sit here. Please sit quietly and listen to it in peace. Yes.
Yes. But my lord, nonetheless, we must satisfy your lordship's conscience from the figures and statistics. Not, my lord, somebody tells us something, some social media post, which we will show, my lord, how social media posts like Telegram, etc. My lord, from evidence, my lord, we will be able to show how they are tempered. But leave it at that, my lord, for the time being. We will have to satisfy our lordships that pan-India, cross-country, there is no impact and the result has remained consistent. But at the outset, I may point out that top 100 students. Now, this is the test of a fair examination being conducted. Top 100 students are spread over 95 centers. "56 cities and 18 states and or union territories.
Yes.
Lord, this is, according to me, my lord, the first prime test. That first 100, if I have the paper, if my group has the paper, it would be a bulk of people topping the exam. Because if I have the questions, I have the answers, obviously.
Now, this one thing we want to ask you, in this top 100, do we have any students coming from, say, Hazaribagh?
Yes, I'll show everything.
Like to see.
Yes, my lord. And I will also show what was the position.
Hazaribagh.
Yes. You know what? I have also done. We have done an exercise as to what was the position of those centers in 2022, 2023, and 2024. Whether there is any marked jump or rise or not. You know, that would be the only indication for deciding cross-country impact, if at all there is any impact. You know, we have filed, my lord, submissions, my lord. But it is made to your lordship, but for ready reference, I can.
So guys, today they are hearing different petitions, right? And right now they are talking about that different question paper also, and the one more thing that they are discussing is like basically, you know, that what happened in the Madhopur, Rajasthan, right? So same thing happened in some other center also. This is what they are discussing, and now the NTA Council, he has prepared a chart, the data, okay, and basically he's trying to explain that in different centers, okay, last year, right, the students, the score they got, and everything related to that, right? So they are basically saying that they have done an exercise, and on the basis of that they'll tell that in that particular centers, right, from
I have got the hard copy.
just a minute. See, so you can see here, right, that's what they are saying, right? And yes, even judges asked one thing, that in Hazaribagh, right, any student in top 100 from that Hazaribagh center, this is also they are discussing. Okay, so please pay
I would
attention.
start from how the examination is conducted. There is a concept called percentile, and there was a confusion. That confusion remained, and unfortunately, young children are not unnecessarily tensed because of wrong narrative which is going on. The narrative was that for centers like Rajkot, more than 30 candidates were qualified. General impression was that if you are qualified, you are getting admission in the medicine, in the course of your choice. But there has always been, and this year also, a system of coming to a figure called percentile. A percentile is a figure. After we get the result, it is fed into the computer system, and we request that we want 50% percentile. It can be 60, it can be 70, depending upon the nature, but in this exam, it has always been 50%. So it gave us the figure of 164. It merely means in common parlance that out of 24 lakh students, I am taking a rough figure, it's 23 lakh something. Out of 24 lakh students, 12.5 lakhs would be below 164, and 12.5 lakhs would be above 164. Those who are above 164 are qualified, and rest of them are not qualified. So all those 12.5 lakhs would not get admission.
So the cutoff marks for the 50th percentile is 164 out of 74.
Guys, right now they are talking about the qualifying marks.
I'll tell you, Lordship, the reason why this is done.
So guys, they are talking about that percentile score, that students, if they are qualified, that doesn't mean they'll get admission. So
Year on year.
like
Last year it was 137.
exactly the minimum marks that you need to score to
This
qualify.
year, number of students increased. Number two, maybe this batch of students of 24 lakhs was little more hardworking.
Okay.
And third, the syllabus was not sliced down. But nothing turns on that. No? Last time it was 1/3. So 12.5 lakhs are qualified. Seats are 1,08,000 only. Why this was required to be done? It was noticed years back that I'm sorry.
The 12.5 lakhs to 12.5 lakhs students are 50th percentile and above.
And therefore qualified. Roughly, 12.5 is, I have taken the figure of 24 lakhs, it is 23 lakhs something. 37, whatever. I'm just for the purpose of ease of argument. So why this was required? Years back it was found that some private medical colleges, your lordships are aware, there are some management seats, management quota seats. They used to be filled up by people who are not even qualified, who got 50 marks or 70 marks. Therefore, this system was introduced that we will come out with a figure of percentile and qualification. They are eligible. They are eligible to be admitted either in government medical college or in private medical college. So now, even a private medical college in their management quota cannot take anyone who is less than 12,50,000 because they are not qualified. So Rajkot had 30 people who are qualified, meaning thereby they were above 12,50,000 figure. Not that they will get admission. We have done that analysis. Please see page 13 of my note. Just to remove that narration, my learned friend has very fairly not argued this issue, but please see 13. First, I have given your lordship sees right hand side. I have gone from top to bottom. That's why states are also coming not at the same time. Gujarat, Bhavnagar, total appeared 5,800, greater or equal to 164, 4,660. Therefore, success ratio, meaning thereby success for being declared qualified, not admission, is 80.34%. Next is Andhra Pradesh, Vijayawada, then Rajasthan, Sikar, then Gujarat, Rajkot, Andhra Pradesh, Tanuku, etc., etc., etc. It goes on, and I'm not taking your lordships through the entire country and entire city wise.
Done this for every
city.
For every
city.
Actually, you have done it for every city or state. How does it work? It is for every
city. This is done city wise. But center wise also, wherever they have.
Was
city wise or center wise?
Bhavnagar is the first.
But it is city wise, arranged in descending order. This is only to remove an impression that those.
How many cities totally?
571.
So this data is for all the
571. Cities were 569. I stand corrected. 569. We have centers at some other countries also. For example, in 13 your lordship would find serial number 6, Dubai. Dubai has a center where we conduct the exam. Muscat, Singapore. So including the
Doha, Sharjah.
Yes.
Kuwait.
Yes. So adding them also, the total cities, I treat them as city, not as it is a center. 569. The lowest is Chhattisgarh, Narayanpur with 8.6%. This is the limited purpose to show that more number of people getting qualified doesn't mean that they are getting admission.
They are just above the 50th percentile.
Yes, they have crossed 12 lakhs mark. That's all. But kindly now come to page 28.
The semester A began at what page?
31, 1-3, and it goes on till 27. Annexure B, my lord, it's not annexure A, annexure B. It goes on till 27. I am not reading, it's not necessary. But the descending order, we have given the number of students who qualify.
Hi students, so basically the discussion is around that minimum qualified marks, that if someone is scoring minimum qualified mark, that doesn't mean they will get the admission, right? You know that it is on the merit basis, but that are the minimum score that they need to score. They need to score basically to get admission even in the private medical colleges. So if someone is below that minimum passing score, they are not even allowed to take admission in the private medical colleges. So NTA Council, Mr. Solicitor General, he's saying that earlier what happened was ki in the private medical colleges, students, if they are scoring 50 marks, 20 marks, 70 marks, if they have the money, they were taking admission, right? So just to avoid that, they decided that there should be the minimum marks that students need to score, and according to that, they will get the admission even in the private medical colleges. So right now the discussion is around that last year it was 134 or 137, right? And this time it is 164. So there is a jump in the minimum marks as well. So NTA Council is saying that this year students were more hardworking, moreover syllabus reduction was there, right? So even we can see that minimum score also increased, okay, right? So he's trying to present such facts basically. So today I think NTA Council is well prepared, right? So let's see. So he has done some.
Also goes further.
Yeah.
Lordship would realize, my lord, that how that number also decreases, those who are likely to get admission. But your lordship would find Judger at page 14, my lords. Serial number 69. It has 59% students qualifying. Yes, Lord, before I take your lordship to the next celestial, Lord, kindly allow me to place only one fact, which is an accepted fact in public domain. But there are certain centers like Kota, Sikar, Kottayam in south, Rajkot. There are several centers which are hubs of competitive examinations, coaching centers. Lord, the word which generally, Lord, the newspapers have used, factory, is possibly taken from a recent web series, Kota Factory.
They are hubs
for coaching centers for entrance examinations or other examinations like UPSC. Kota is considered to be the best in UPSC, but UPSC, NEET, IIT, JEE, several competitive examinations.
Not for UPSC, sir.
Kota, Sikar, Kottayam, Namakkal in Tamil Nadu, Rajkot in Gujarat,
Yeah.
so there are several coaching centers, several hostels, right from those who cannot afford, they would have their hostels. Those who can afford, they can have flats, they can hire flats. There are PG accommodations, but all essentially the entire economy is on students. They are given question papers every alternate day. Some dummy paper would be formed by the coaching classes, and they would be asked to appear in that examination. They are trained how to attempt those questions where you are very confident. Thereafter, to examine the questions where you have to give a little time, how to avoid negative marking, etc. So when a child sits in the actual examination, it is his 201st examination, hypothetical.
Because the students who will get to be sitting at those centers should not necessarily be students who are domiciled in that.
No.
They will be coming from outside.
They were mostly outside. Mostly outsiders, because now this has become a competitive field. So parents send their children. Whether I am preparing for a civil service or I am preparing for NEET, I'll go stay there for a year. I'll have coaching, I'll have a PG accommodation, hostel accommodation, etc., etc. And this is going on since many years. But still there is no alarming rise from last year's to this year. But just I wanted to say that example of seeker, quota, etc. may not assist your lordships to arrive at a correct conclusion, because they are sui generis centers. What I would get, my lord, at say Jamnagar in Gujarat, some better, my lord, training is imparted in Kota, or in Sikar, or in Kottayam, or in Namakkal, etc., etc. But that also, now, my lord, what we have done is that I have told your lordships which number of students are above 12,50,000 and which are below. Now we forget those who are below. Out of 12,50,000, that is above percentile and who are qualified, how many students were qualified were getting admission last year, last to last year, and this year? Whether there is any unexplainable spurge, there is any increase, or any shocking development, that exercise we have done, which your lordships would find at page 28.
So students, they are saying that we were taking the Sikkar's example, right? So he's saying in the Rajasthan, in Kota, we all know that there is basically the coaching.
Your lordships would find the title is ever showing city-wise success rate. And if your lordships were to see, my lord, the subtitle, one is state, another is city. Number of candidates appeared in 2022. My lord, the fourth column. Your lordship gets it. Number of students appeared in 2022. Number of top 1,08,000 in that year. Then number of students appeared in 23. Similarly, number of top 10,800.
And say your semester success rate that is above the 50th percentile.
No, it has to be. Look, these are all students who fall within
Qualified.
1 lakh, no, not, they are qualified. They are in 12,50,000.
They will be within the 1,08,000.
1,08,000. Exactly. I'm grateful to the Lord.
So basically, they are discussing the data, right? As per NTA Council, right? He has run an exercise, and basically the center-wise success rate. The city-wise, right? Not in. We cannot say that in every city, in a particular state, he checked in for all the center, but overall, state-wise, right? He has done an exercise to check the success rate and everything.
Private colleges. I must tell your lordships one more thing. Just to give your lordships the correct feel, what is the pan-India impact? I have not deducted the reserved seats.
Okay.
Reserved seats, my lord, the success rate would be almost half. I'll tell you, Lordship, out of 100 seats, 50 seats are reserved. SC, SC, OBC, and economically backward class. These are done, my lord, at the state level also. And some states, or maybe all states, some states at least have domicile reservation also. So out of 100 seats, the general category students, depending upon, my lord, which category they belong to, their available seat might be only 45 out of 100. But without touching that, out of 1,80,000, 4030. So that if we count that, this 19.12 would go almost to 10% success rate, at an all India level. Similarly, now see, first is Sikar, I have read, Andhra Pradesh, Tanuku. Total 972 students appeared in 2022. Okay, Lordship, kindly correlate with the heading. Total 179 in top 1,80,000. 8,000. So entitled to get admission subject to reservation, etc. Similarly, in 2023, total 168 students and entitled within 1,88,000 is 213. This year, total students appeared is 1,007 and entitled are 171. So it is lower than the last year. Even in Sikar, 2022, the success rate was 24.02, which is now down to 19.22.
So guys, basically they are talking about the data, obviously. So through this data analysis, they want to check everything, right? So you know that in last hearing, basically it was discussed that if we talk about the paper leak, we do not have some very solid evidences, right? Paper leak is there in Patna, it is there in Hazaribagh, but not in other states. We don't have that something concrete, right? So that judges can say that there should be the re-NEET or we need to cancel the examination. So in the last hearing, basically argument was around the systemic failure, that there is a systemic failure. So today, like I was reading the chats and one student is saying that is it a paper leak case or is it related to some stats, right? So actually guys, judges, even they want that if through this data analysis, if we can figure out something, we should go for that, because it is very difficult to say to conduct the exam again for that 23,33,000 students. Okay, so that is why things are going like this. This is the first thing. Okay, and now they are just like the many teachers, many students, they pointed out, even the council who's representing the petitioners, he also mentioned the same thing, that in Sikar, right? Why we can see in Sikar that many students are above 600, right? So why these things are there? So they are basically trying to say that their coaching, basically Rajasthan is a coaching hub, the quota, right? So obviously because of that, right, parents, that they send their children to study there for 2 years. So accordingly, right, in that particular centers, it's always like that, right? It's always like that better success rate. Basically that is the argument right now. Okay. Right? So guys, all I want to say is that we don't know, like hopefully today we'll get the final verdict, but all I want to say is that if you are also, right, if you are also in the range for this year, for NEET 2024, if you have scored the marks in range 550 to 600 or 500 to 600, you want to wait for this result, you want to wait for the counseling, that's fine. Okay, you can give it a try. Again, if you are scoring marks less than 550, still I'll suggest you, right, if you just want to go for the NEET only, then I'll suggest you to start your preparation again. Okay, if by any chance in last rounds, that round 3 is there, the mop-up round is there, the stray vacancy round is there, if you got the admission in that round, that's fine. Otherwise, if you are focused enough and you want the NEET only, then you should start your preparation. You should start your NEET 2025 preparation, because this thing is really going to waste your time. If you are thinking that let all the things finish and then we are going to start the preparation, then we'll think that okay, now we have have to restart because we have the clarity. No, you will end up in wasting your time. You're not going to realize how these remaining 9 months they'll pass. You know that we have to do the self-study also, we have to give the mock test also. So please start accordingly. And if you do not want NEET, I'm telling you, right, if you are thinking that I want to go for something else, again, just search the things, right, look for the options, and please, as per your interest, go for the one. Okay, go for the one.
Okay, yes, just one
Yes.
actual clarification. But there are 5 other courses which are admissions happen from the same entrance examination. So the total number of seats are about 3 lakh, and the rank for admission goes up to 12 lakh from the same NEET examination. Here we are talking only of MBBS, but there are BAMS and dental and all other allied courses.
For them, the 50th percentile is not applied.
Not applicable. No, that is applicable.
It's applicable for
But not the rank goes up to the last course. The rank goes up to 12 lakh. So no, it's not we are not only talking about.
Very from year to year, I guess.
That's right. Yes. Last year it was about 12 lakh. Last year it was about 12 lakh.
But the 50th percentile is applied as a qualification for all courses.
So, yes. All BDS, BAMS, whatever. But he argued on medicine, therefore I am giving medicine.
Just as a matter of interest, this was when we get Hazaribagh, Patna.
I wanted to show, can you come to page 30? Page 30. Here at 51502, that is the city code. Bihar, Patna, the 6th from below. Their success rate is 5.53 this year. But see, the earlier success rate, it has remained consistent.
Okay.
2 or 3% plus or minus is everywhere. And obviously, it would depend upon the caliber of each batch, the examination, etc. Please, you will not get.
7.74 and 5.5.
Yes, the 22 it was 8.9, 23 it became 7.74, and this year it is 5.53. Now please come to 32, Hazaribagh, 4th from top.
So basically, respondents.
Page 32, 4th from top,
7.2, 6.06
and this year 4.61 only. Belgaum.
Yeah.
And I also saw Belgaum, then one of the students who is stated to have failed, shifted to Belgaum, page 39. The impression one gets is that she shifted all the way from Gujarat to Belgaum because Belgaum there was a huge potential for some mass copying or something. Please come to 39, Karnataka, Belgaum. The success rate is 2.5%.
Exactly, yeah, got it. Belgaum.
7th from the bottom.
Success rate is 3.22, 3.94 and 2.05.
Yes. So one would not go from Gujarat to Belgaum. Maybe some personal reason I have not examined. But their success rate is 2.05. Nobody would go at a center similarly, I forgot to show that to your lordships in the annexure B, that percentile, this Bihar and Hazaribagh, please come to page 70. 17. No, this is I am showing percentile. Those who are above 12 lakhs. 191. Bihar is at, this is Syriac, so it's ranked at 191. Patna, their qualifying rate, success rate is 49.22.
Where is that?
191, serial number 191, page 70.
Patna. Success rate is
Bihar, Patna, So many students appeared, so many is cleared, so many became eligible, means more than 164.
They are 49.2.
49.22. Similarly, if your lordships were to permit me to show the next page, Jharkhand Hazaribagh 216. It is 47.68.
49.22.
Yes, please. Page 17.
Page 17, right?
17 is Jharkhand Hazaribagh. Sorry, 18. Page 17. Your lordships are right. Patna, Bihar is page 17. And your lordships would find the average. Next is, above that is Punjab, 49.23. Below that is Chhattisgarh, 49.11. Gujarat, 49.10. Jharkhand, 49.07. They are in that bracket. They are not in the highest bracket of 80 plus. Then next page, serial number 216, Jharkhand Hazaribagh. Their success rate in the sense of
47.68.
yeah, 46.6, 47.68. That is, they are above 160.
Yes, yes, sir.
So basically,
Having
city-wise,
this next year, B and C.
they are saying that success rate is almost same if we compare it with the last years also, right? For the Patna, for the Punjab, like there is an increase of plus minus 2, that is what you can say. So they are saying if there is a paper leak at mass level, then there should be an increase in the success rate also, but that is not there. So basically now it is all around, like how many students are affected with it,
48.
right? That today I can say that they are not discussing anything related to the paper leak and how
Cities which
do
were
E.
we need to
mentioned
do that.
before your lordships,
48.
48, and next year E. Lord, what your lordships have seen up till now is city-wise. Now the cities which were placed for your lordships consideration based on some presumption without any evidence or even convincing material on record. We have done that center-wise also.
Exactly.
Sikar, yes. For example, this is Sikar. First is state, we can ignore that because it is Rajasthan. City is Sikar. Fourth column is the center, Gurukul International School. Total 715 students appeared in this center. Rank within first 56,000 is 101 students.
Okay.
The success ratio is 14.30
14.30, okay.
and rank within 10 lakh 80,000 1 lakh 88,000 is 152. Their success rate is 21.26%. But this is again without considering the reservation. If we count the reservation, it would be perhaps half. Subject to this 101 or 152 also may have some candidates who are entitled to the benefit of reservation. Similarly, next is Polkaji Shikshan Sansthan. Success rate is 20.9.
Totally in Sikar, in the 56,000, how many students and how many percent?
Percentage center-wise is on the last column. Here, total your lordships, page 28. Your lordships have seen page 28. The success rate is 19.22.
Sikar is 19.22.
But please see about the previous year, 19.19.
Total is 11.99 and 19.22.
Your lordships are at page?
So 11.99% into the first 56,000 government seats.
Yes.
And 19.22 in the 52,000 seats.
Yes. Page 1,08,000.
So that is in 1,08,000.
Yes. But your lordships asked me the total in Sikar city. That is at page 28, your lordships have seen.
Right, that I saw it.
It is 19.22. Last year it was 19.90. Slight increase, and in 2022 it was 24.0. So it has decreased year by year.
Here results. 1,016 students get from Seeker, and per 600 there were 4,000.
I'm giving everything, Mr. Hegde.
Right, Mr. Solicitor, this year 27,216 students of FA 52.
52. That's exact.
People with the 56,000 were 3,262, which is 11.99%.
Will be
And the total 108,000, 5,232.
32.
About 19%.
So about 19.22%.
Industry has been based with something.
So guys, city-wise, they are center-wise, city-wise. They are basically city-wise. They are discussing the stats, right? The success rate, basically. Okay. So let's see what happened further. Because few points are clear that paper leak is there in Patna, it is there in Hazaribagh, but the point is the level, right? The modality, the level. These are the two things. Okay. Secondly, regarding that physics question, some students are even asking in the chats that what about that physics question? So as per that, let me tell you, as per IIT Delhi, the answer should be 4th. So I cannot right now. I cannot tell you the what do we say? That code of the paper, right? You guys can check. So answer is 4th as per IIT Delhi, right? In the last hearing, basically judges asked the IIT Delhi to tell the correct answer for that physics question, right? So there are chances those who got the grace marks due to that physics question, maybe they will not get it, right? If they mark the 4th, then they will. Otherwise, notes. Okay, so that's the thing. Yes. So option 4 is statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is incorrect. You know that atom question. So then they say statement 2 is incorrect because atoms of radioactive elements are not stable. So option 4 is statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. That will be your correct answer. Okay.
If you page 48 onwards, if your lordship sees the success ratio center-wise.
Now center-wise success ratio.
18 to 22. Sometimes it dips, it never goes up. Please see, it is 21.26, 20.98, 22.31, etc. It dips at serial number 20, where it is 8.86%, but it has never seen any unusual.
Page 53 we have quota.
Yes. Similar notes. Quota after the results, there was an article recently in one of the leading newspapers that after the results in quota, the land prices or property prices in Sikar have gone up. Not that students or parents buy property. People buy property for being rented or for using it as a PG. Because quota is now not doing well as compared to Sikar. Not that that's my argument. Just as it was yesterday only this article came. Now, so I'll just take example of first quota. Lal Bahadur Shastri, 476 appeared, ranked within first 56,028. And I'm not counting the reserve categories. I'm counting everything to be open, just to show to your lordships that there is no marked spike which can lead to any conclusion. and it has remained constant about since last 3 years, with variation of plus minus 2 to 3%. And success ratio is 5.88%. And rank within 1,88,000 is 52, and success ratio is 10.92. And if your lordship sees the last column, success ratio in each of the centers, it remained almost consistent. Yes, my lords are on some page, but I can answer. The similar is Kottayam at page 56. These are all high-ranking centers. But I am not wasting your lordship's time.
You understand now. Now, what is the next thing that you want to cover?
But Rajkot, if your lordship gets in.
Rajkot is about 5.22% and 10.7%.
Yes, but as a matter of fact, the first 56,000, it is not 3%, 1%, 4.21%.
24%.
Yes. So average is about 5.22 and 10.77%. Now the lordships have not kindly come to page 8 of this submission notes. Yes. But there was opening of the window. But first of all,
Students, one student is again and again asking for that out of syllabus question. Student, it's not about being out of syllabus.
First of all, we received several representations by emails that we are unable to log in or we are unable to register ourselves because of some technical glitches, etc. But eventually, when we open the window for some time, it results into more number of candidates being given an opportunity to compete. That does not even lead to any inference even remotely of any wrongdoing. But what was not pointed out to your lordship is, out of total 23 lakhs 50,000 odd students, those who change, those who use this window for the purpose of changing their center are 14,000. 14,546. Out of approximately 24 lakhs, but 14,000 applied for change of city. The rest of them were unable to register themselves and therefore they registered themselves. Now what will be the impact of this 14,000? We have also examined. 14,000 as compared to 24 lakhs is a minuscule amount, a figure. But if they go for the purpose of any undue or illegal benefit to a new center, we have done that exercise at page 8. Correction window allowing change of exam cities, 14,546 applied for change. These 14,000 candidates are distributed amongst 4020 centers in 557 cities. But if there is a possibility of one center or one city offering some illegal reward, it would be the concentration on those city or cities. But these, out of 14,000, they are distributed among 4020 centers and 557 cities throughout the country. Maybe there are personal reasons, but whatever, we cannot examine those questions, but we are dealing with 24 lakh students. So why they are wanting to shift, we can't go into, and we need not go into the reasons.
But you ask these students to apply for a change of centers to furnish a reason or that they furnish documents that will be allowed. Otherwise, suppose students suddenly, students will say, already originally, registered at
Expiration.
get secure because the student will be pursuing a 15 class there. Otherwise, when a student say applies for a change, you ask for any documentation or any reasons for the change.
To my knowledge, no.
Or it is entirely, you can change, you can opt for any center in the country.
Any center in the country, that's the choice. And any city, not center is not the choice.
It is allocated.
City is the choice, and we respect that choice, and we don't sit in appeal over whether your request for change is justifiable or not.
This request came at what point of time, Mr. Member? This include the request, only for one day or?
No. Please come to page 7.
In which date to which date?
18th March to 20th March and 11th March to 12th March. 11th April to 12th April. I mentioned those dates.
City is also, a choice of city is regardless of your domicile, and therefore change is also permitted.
For the reason, my domicile can be XYZ, but I am in Kota, or I am studying since last 1 year, 2 years in Sikar. Then I may not have any any residential proof or proof of my domicile. Transfer of government officers, parents are transferred, etc. These are there can be very reasons. But in absence of any spike, that because of the shift or transfer was to 2 or 3 centers only, where there was a sudden spike, mere change of city may not lead to any cross-country manipulation. And therefore, we have said that out of 14,000 students who for their own reasons, which we will not examine, sought transfers and were granted, their success rate is 6.46%. And they were transferred throughout the country. 557 cities.
Students came to Hazaribagh, 36 came to Patna,
Yes.
and 24 came to Godhra.
Correct. And Godhra, the performance is nobody is getting admission.
Out of 33 who appeared from Hazaribagh, only one candidate scored more than 620.
622. The success rate is 3%. Out of 637 candidates who appeared in Patna, only 35 scored more than 577, corresponding to 1 lakh mark. That also without considering the reservation. Otherwise, this figure of 35 will come down to 20,
Okay.
roughly, depending upon reservation. And 17 candidates scored more than 622, that is corresponding to 56,000. Right? So the success rate is either 5.5% or 2.7%.
Candidate scores.
In the entire city. And Patna has 70 centers, 70. 70. I have prepared the.
32 candidates got more than 56,000 marks.
So they'll get not in government college, they'll get possibly in a private college, but even government college.
So 17 candidates scored more than 622 marks. Corresponding.
They would get government college, but subject to the reservation. If those 17 are also, some of them may be from reserve category, but we cannot. But one more figure.
So basically, students, they are discussing that whatever centers, like in Hazaribagh, in Patna, like where the paper leak was there. So they are talking about the number of students who qualified, who are among those 1,08,000 students, right, Bache? So this is what they are discussing as of today.
Total 2733 here.
Now, with the number of candidates to appear this year increase?
Please see your page 10. We have given that analysis also. Page 11. Page 11, sorry. 10 is 11, Hazaribagh. Appeared candidates 48,643. Number of centers 70. And out of 48,000, this
last year, how many candidates appeared from Patna?
40,000, page 30, no? 40,000, 901.
Where do you get the page 30?
30, from the fifth or seventh line from the bottom. Bihar, Patna, number of students appearing in 22, 34,000. Yes, last year 40,901. It is increasing. 34 becomes 40 and then becomes 48. So that increase is also not proportionate every year. Same is the
So basically, बच्चे, they are talking about the same thing only. As I said, the number of students qualified last year, right? The number of students qualified last year, this year, the success rate, right? बच्चे, the number of students increased and decreased. So today it's all about the stat, right? And on the basis of that, judges are going to decide something. So let's wait. Let's wait for the arguments from the petitioner side, and let's see what happened today. So you tell me, people, what do you expect? Yes, what are you expecting? Are we going to get final answer today?
2022 to 2023 to 2024 in almost all cities. And proportionate increase. For example, Hazaribagh, if your lordships were to see page 32, fourth column from the top. Hazaribagh, in 22, the candidates appeared were 1569 in 22. Then next to next column, candidates became 1963. And this year it became 27,033.
Okay.
But the success ratio is 4.61. It's not as if they were going there to get some undue benefit. Otherwise, the success ratio would have jumped.
Now what's the next point?
Which I have your lordships have seen, page 10 and 11 minutes.
Yes, sir.
The success ratio in Patna is 5.5. If we go by, your lordships may kindly see, Hazaribagh first 10, page 10. Out of 2,733 candidates, 4.6% are within 8,000 bracket. Half of it, according to my calculation, would not get because of the reservation. Subject to they also being from that category, from the category not entitled for reservation. And for government seats, the success ratio in Hazaribagh is 2.1%. That again without counting the reservation. And page 11, please see the chart which we have placed for your lordships consideration. This is center-wise chart. The success rate is 2.2, 1.1, 3.8, 1.2.
Oasis public school is about 4.7.
So 1.1. If we go by yes. But St. Xavier's has 6.2. So it is between 3 to 7. Substantially consistent.
Just one thing I want to point out. The reference point they have taken out for this percentage, they start with 12 lakh, then sometime they come to reference point is 1,08,000, sometime reference point is 56,000, sometime reference point is the marks above 622. Now, this will not lead us anywhere whatsoever. This is all, wherever the picture is seen normal, they pick up that reference point and present this data. A haystack and 1,000 needles put in here and there, and they say the haystack doesn't seem to be imbalanced. Please.
The petitioners.
So guys, that's a valid point, right, by this council, that the data that they are presenting, right, the data which is presented by NTA council, by the solicitor, so he is just picking up different reference points. Sometimes he is talking about the 1,08,000 students, accordingly they are, providing the data. Sometimes they are talking about the 56,000 students, this and that. So it will not result in any conclusion. So this is what they have discussed, and even judges, they have also noticed the same. So let's see what happened now.
But sir, we have taken 56,000 and 1,08,000 because the petitioners argued only on that basis that 600 marks, then I will not get it, more than 600 I will get it, etc. Please now the last come to page 47. Lord, I have given a cumulative chart. What would be the position of the person, of a student who gets a particular mark? And please come to the last column, Lord, at serial number 115. Just to give a broad outline. 115. The student who will get 600 will be
What do you mean by cumulative frequency?
cumulative frequency means this is where he would stand out of 1,88,000. So he would stand at serial number.
Serial number 1 marks 720. Cumulative frequency would be 61. What does that mean?
Can you find my number?
All I told was 61 toppers.
Yes, it includes that.
It includes the 1563.
Yes.
When we deleted the 17, it came down to 44.
No, yes.
Right.
Plus, when we see
Initially it was 67. When you deleted the 1563,
Jajjar deleted.
right, it came to
And
61.
when you come out of Jajjar now, come to Haryana, then come to India. My learned friends, I understand his love for Jajjar, but he has to come out of Jajjar now.
This is loyalty.
Yes, I respect that.
So out of the 61, 44 as we were told, our people will get full marks for option 2.
Yes, and what I say, cumulative frequency.
So if the option 2 is not treated as a correct answer, we eventually get 17 students who have got 720 out of 720.
Possibly, yes.
716.
But that doesn't lead to any malpractice. I mean, that's a different question.
If you take away those 4 marks
For option 2.
for option 2 and you add 1 more negative mark, so there will be at least 5 marks less.
So they get 715.
7.5, and then their rank would accordingly be adjusted.
Adjusted. Because if what Sukriti argued yesterday is right, then they will be down from 720 to 715.
Look, there is one.
And yesterday, of course, we had the figure also, right?
But can we compare this rather than going into that area, right?
73 candidates, 4,20,000, 773 candidates who gave option 2 as their answer. And those 4,20,000 were given full marks for that.
But I'll assist your options.
So we don't answer that right now. You don't know.
Yes, because Miss Tanvi Dubey in the morning called me to intimate, to inform me that one boy or girl has approached her that she has got 720 out of 720. So for her, that's 5 marks.
We do 750.
So
Absolutely.
I said that you know the court and whatever I'll make my submissions on that question.
Tanvi, you ready for that girl, huh?
Yes.
What is the name of that girl and what you are arguing? Because we like to hear you, because we have a representative from that.
Yes. Now please see 115. What I mean, cumulative frequency. When I say that I got 600 marks, above me have 30 persons in 30 individuals with 601 mark also. Hypothetical figure. 30 is hypothetical figure because every figure has more than one students getting those figures in a span of 24 lakhs.
Now,
Therefore,
in number 2, Mr. Minister, 716 marks.
yes,
Cumulative frequency is 71.
correct.
So this will include 71, will include the 61.
61, yes. That is cumulative.
These 71 people would be 716 and above.
Yes. So accordingly, when we were considering the figure of 600,
In other words, somebody who gets 716 would rank as the 71st candidate.
yes, you are right, correct.
Or between 61 and 71.
Depending upon what is the upper position, it would be a total reshuffle.
It would be 14 at item 1, then 44, 10 people at 716, and 288 plus whatever those.
They would be directly impacted. They would be directly impacted. They will go down.
Interestingly, we are taking 622 as a mark for the 56,000 seats. That will give us seal number 93.
Correct.
Cost.
Yes.
Right. And 1,08,000 where is we now? 1,08,000 is
No, so 130. 130. 57.
How we get?
This is what we have done.
What more?
Few more about
Now we like to, you can take it at your own time, but we like to discuss the 1563 candidates.
yes, it's there. It's there. We have prepared it yesterday,
It's there,
It was there, but
I think it's at page 11 over here.
yes, but we have done a little better exercise. Page 8 bottom, your office will kindly see. Yes.
One person.
What they were, your officers are aware, they were given grace marks initially, what was termed as compensatory marks. And thereafter, retest was taken.
They belong to how many centers?
I just want to have another, there is another 6 centers. 6. I'll give the details the center wise also.
From 6 sectors.
Yes.
The candidates were given compensatory marks because they were given the wrong paper.
No, because they could not get 3 hours 20 minutes full time.
And why did they not get the full time?
There are different reasons, but essentially because of the wrong paper being given initially, paper being taken up and
They were given either the can bank paper
those,
or maybe also different medium of instruction also.
that is only one case, that is one case,
Savai Madhopur.
Savai Madhopur. The rest are,
And,
when we are dealing with,
the examination, that can't be because our
There is-
committed it.
there is none.
We dismissed the activity.
No,
No, we didn't dismiss it.
No, we did not.
Committed it.
The challenge was to grant of compensatory marks. So we pointed out,
But we are not holding it.
now we are holding a fresh test. So God said, now that question does not arise. Let's stick.
If you test held,
23rd of June 24. But out of 1563, only 813 appeared. And I must tell you, nothing would turn on this, but as a piece of information, why out of 1563 only 813 appear? Suppose I am a student, I did not get half an hour out of 3 hours 20 minutes. I completed my paper say in 2 hours. I am a brilliant student. I will not choose to go for and take my chance in the retest. Therefore, the option was that either you accept your result of less time performance or you are given an option of appearing again. The rest of them chose. Because some may be meritorious, but we can't compel them.
marks were then withdrawn. Nobody then
No, everyone.
those who chose to stand by their original result, that is the original result minus the marks.
Minus compensatory marks. So the student will have a choice that minus compensatory mark, I am getting this much. I have performed well. So why should I take a chance or gamble by appearing again? It was a gamble, he could have got more.
So student, now the argument is around that students who scored the, who got the grace marks, 1563 students.
Uniform for individual. How many marks for your
Uniform. Proportionate formula, Manoj. There was some formula as per CLAT, Manoj.
But everybody got the same compensating mark.
Same methodology was it.
Next time as well.
Same method.
Based on what they had scored.
Scored and what the time lost.
So everybody will get like 4 marks or 5 marks.
No, not a fixed figure. The system applied was same.
The same formula was.
Same formula, I'm sorry.
Right.
Yes.
Depending on how much compensatory mark, everybody will get the same compensatory.
No.
The same principle.
But whatever was given.
Those students have either had to appear or have their original result minus the
Minus compensatory. Yes. So out of those 1563, 813 appeared. They may not have fared well, not in the first. So out of 156 candidates, 1563 candidates, as on 30th June, 26 candidates have scored equal to or more than 577. That is corresponding to 1,08,000 marks. And success rate is 1.7%. And out of this, 11 have scored equal to or more than 622.
Now, those who remain didn't take the new examination. How many of them got more than 622? Those who didn't take the
We'll check out. So it will be an interesting figure. Because maybe they didn't appear because they had more than 60.
then they felt that they had done well.
They have done well. And my 6.
So guys, now judges are
I
asking
think
that those who gave the retest, right, like out of 1563 students, 800 something students, they gave the retest, right? Some students were happy with their score even after removing the compensatory marks. So now judges are asking that out of that 800 students, how many students scored above 620?
So for example, I have got 600 marks without compensatory. I might feel that if I reappear, I might come down to 550. So I don't take a chance that whatever admission I get wherever, at 600 I take that chance. They took that chance. And success ratio is 1.7% in 1,08,000 and 0.7.
This is a 1563 now with that.
Yes.
Now, which is the next area?
Yes. Next area, before I take your losses to the other things, would your losses like to see about the investigation?
Now, what about the, since we are looking at the data, what about those who have given the campaign paper?
What happened was, as I have said, we are dealing with 4750 centers. Human errors do occur in few of the centers. One human error was.
Centers was the campaign paper given actually.
We have prepared it. So we have undertaken that
actually.
We have undertaken that exercise yesterday night. But there are two categories.
Just one second.
मेल कर दे संजय को. संजय
जाते हैं देख लो.
Four of this.
Para 3 also. At how many centers?
NEET UG were Canara Bank questions booklets distributed. Question papers from Canara Bank were distributed at 12 centers. But kindly see, out of 4750, out of 12 centers, 4 centers replaced the Canara Bank question papers with State Bank of India question papers. Thus, 8 centers, the question paper from Canara Bank were used. But rightly or wrongly, they took the decision that having given a wrong question, now let them complete 3 hours and 20 minutes with the wrong question. Wrong in the sense that it was SBI and not Canara, with the difficulty level being the same. Whoever approached
So now basically they are saying that out of 500 plus centers, only 12 centers, the question paper, the wrong question paper means the question paper from Canara Bank was distributed, right? So this is what they are saying, that these are human errors actually. Okay, these are human errors actually. So let's see.
Almost every candidate answered the Canara Bank question bank.
Yes, but 3307. And we have given center wise. And serial number 7 would not assist your lordships. The candidate of the above referred centers who answered Canara Bank were evaluated based upon the respective answer key of Canara Bank. Out of 3307, 59 candidates have scored more than 577, which corresponds to 1,08,000, and 17 have scored more than 622, that is respectively 1.7% and 0.5%. These are the students where the center superintendent took a decision that alright, I have brought a wrong question paper, but let them complete now within 3 hours and 20.
3,307 candidates.
Yes. And next, my learned friend mentioned that this key was never uploaded. That is factually not correct, my lord. Serial number 8. The answer key of Canara Bank question paper were also uploaded on 3rd June.
For 8 centers where the examination took place on the basis of the Canara Bank question bank,
Yes.
they have been graded and assessed on that basis.
On the basis of the answer, model answers, Canara.
So 3,307 candidates are not assessed on the basis of SBI but the Canara Bank. The wrong.
In a sense, wrong, my lord. Yes.
But
Both were correct, Bhuvan.
some moderation being done between the Canara Bank and the SBI questions.
The report of the expert is that the difficulty level of both the question papers are same, and that is always one of questions are prepared. So that one question paper is not more difficult than the other.
In the SBI law,
Remaining 99%.
yeah, what is the success rate for the for 622 and above?
But if your lordship sees para, perhaps not of this, maybe. Well, in the main written submissions, my lord, if your lordship comes to page 2. So this is total 4. Page 2 of the original, first which I saw. The total number of candidates appear is 23,33,162. The cutoff marks of candidates
33,000.
162. So where I am roughly using 24. This is the correct figure, accurate figure. So the cutoff mark whose rank is within 1,08,000 is 577, which is 4.6%.
4.6% get at least 577 marks.
Yes. And
6,000,
2.4%.
which is 622 marks. Is how many is 2.4%?
4%.
So really speaking, then the Uttarakhand rate is 1.7% and 0.5%.
Correct.
So the Canara Bank success rate is lower.
Well, maybe the caliber of the students also needs to be there. Because when the papers are set, the experts are told to set it in such a way that since we have to give last minute option, both must have the same difficulty level. I must
Sets of question paper, the instructions to the paper setters and set them at the same level of
we have after paper setters we have
That
moderators.
can be absolutely perfect, but there will be some moderator will be giving the
Moderation of the question paper
question paper.
and for moderating the question paper of both Canara and State Bank, we have the same moderators.
So tell us how Canara Bank question paper distributed in the first place.
That's all. I answer.
That here in the first two sets, who authorized the city coordinator
Yes.
selection of staff?
Now, please see, city coordinator is authorized by DG NTA in writing. The authorization letter contains the name, photograph and signature of city coordinator duly authorized by DG NTA. I must tell you, Lordships, this goes digitally because it's impossible to send personally to 4,750 students. So he has to take a printout. So he can have two printouts. Now this is to enable him to produce the authorization letter to the bank and to ensure that the bank can verify that the same authorized person has come to collect. It is responsibility of city coordinator to distribute the respective trunks containing booklets, each of which are individually and collectively sent to the respective centers. This handing over by the bank to city coordinator is recorded in CCTV. As per the practice, the city coordinator goes along with center superintendent as well as an independent neutral observer appointed by NTA for each center. The observer is appointed for each center who is generally a principal or a lecturer of the nearby educational institutions. Every center has one observer.
In the morning of the examination, the NTA will indicate which is the set, which set is the Canara set or the SBI set to be.
Yes.
That message is passed on to the city coordinator.
Correct.
And the city coordinator in turn relays it to the center.
He has
center superintendent.
Yes, but he has two options. Either he can go and collect everything and distribute, but generally practice is he calls every center superintendent and the observer to come. They go together and take their respective trunks.
Okay.
That is done. Some chaps said to got the.
Look, your lordships are absolutely right, but I put it that way, Manoj. He may be having both. The authorization, Manoj, is not bank-wise. Authorization is person-wise. If Mr. X is authorized.
But the banks are informed by the DG NTA in the morning that we are using the SBI option.
Please, Manoj, I will not, say anything wrong before your lordships. This should be introduced. The bank should be instructed. Both banks should be instructed that you give and you do
Not give. Because they should be centrally circulated to Canada. I mean Canada this time. That your paper is to be now maintained in safe custody in the bank itself. You will not distribute that question.
And SBI should be told that you don't give it somebody else.
And only SBI papers will be distributed.
But kindly examine from this point of view, out of 4,750 centers, the rest of the person, except these 4-5 instances, the rest of the persons understood the training correctly. They are trained that you have to go to to the center, you are informed in the morning at 8 o'clock. So the system as a whole has worked except human error at 0.3% centers, that is 8 centers out of 4750.
Okay, now we go to the investigation.
Please.
Okay, so now they are just discussing that how paper will be collected and all.
Let's
Now
come to the first report.
investigation thing is there.
Lord, I requested my friend Manoj to sit with me so that I can. Mr. Krishna is additional director CBA, and the officer is Manoj, the DIG CBA. Both of them have done a wholesome work. Lord, from para 1 to 16.
This is you are reading. Now, what you are reading?
The first report. I am not reading it, but just reading
First report. No?
first report. Lord, if Your Lordship would like to see the sealed envelope, there is one.
Okay, now, but paragraphs are all consecutive.
No, just the sealed envelope. Lord, it's interesting. Lord, each paper, along with OMR sheet, is put in one-time terrible plastic bag. It is like this. I will not give you a Lordship, Lord, because the moment, Lord, I tear it, I cannot repaste it. It is one-time terrible. It's not a glue stick thing.
Yes.
Thereafter, 24 papers are packed in another pack, which is like this. I don't want to demonstrate that. And thereafter, I have explained from page 1 to para 1 to 16 how at different level there are 7 layers of securities. Look at page 4.
Actually, I definitely think it's okay.
One paper. I just give for Your Lordship's consideration. So that after this, Your Lordships would find what is the relevance in the investigation. I can to give it to my learned friend also. There is now paper which is exhausted, so there is no difficulty. But the point is, this is one time terrible. If I open it once, it cannot be packed again. And this is opened by the students. Now the paper which we got, the burnt paper which we got from the place where they were asked to memorize, we received a burnt paper. Now every paper has in the middle a unique number. Every student will have a unique number. I come to that. Just bear this in mind. Also, one seal here inside also. Inside, once you tear the plastic paper, this also. Now, please come to page 21 in this context. Then I will come back to. What they did was, from Oasis school, as I will point out, between 8:02 to 9:23, one person enters, we have the CCTV footage, etc. He opens one of the trucks from behind and he gives it to solvers. There are 8 solvers and 20 questions each or 25 questions each is distributed amongst them, ensuring that they do not carry any mobile phones because they don't want the paper to go beyond anyone who is not paying them. Now, after that memorizing exercise and after the students left, I come to that, they burn the paper. But page 21, this piece remained unburned. That was recovered by Bihar police and there is in the middle one number. This number belongs to one girl who had already complained that the paper which I received was sealed by using lighter. The paper which a lawsuits have in hand is one time terrible. So the person who committed theft tore it, got the photographs, put it back and resealed it using the lighter, not the way that girl said that there was a... Yes, we have the statement of that girl also that yes, my paper and this was also broken. No, it's a statement. When we recorded this piece, because that's what CBI followed that you because the number. Because of the number, this number belongs to only one person.
And that number was recovered from where?
From the place where students were brought at around in the morning of 5th. That papers would come and the papers would come in Patna. The papers would come by 10:30, 10:45. It came into tranches. One subject was solved earlier, so it came at 10:30. Second subject was solved a little later, so it came at 10:45. They were asked to memorize, and then at 12:45, and we have the CCTV footage of where they gathered for the purpose of going to that school, and they come back to that meeting point again and disperse to their respective centers because they were from different centers, not from this school. School is only used for the purpose of committing theft of the paper.
Okay.
Thereafter, they burned. You can see with your lordship's permission. He knows it inside.
So you can take
This serial number that is written on this half-burned page is a unique number. If there are 24 lakhs question papers being printed, there will be 24 lakhs such different codes.
Right.
And this serial number goes to Oasis school only as per NTA record. It can't go to any other center in the country. So that is how we went to Oasis school and said that this serial number is supposed to come to you. To whom did you issue this paper to? It was issued to one genuine girl candidate.
She was not involved in any.
She was not involved in any place because the paper was not stolen. There is no displacement of the paper. It was just photographed and replaced back.
And it was again put back in.
It was again put back, and so it went to a genuine candidate in the normal course.
Okay.
And that genuine candidate found the seal here was broken, that sticker. And this was also opened. She did not complain to the newsletter, she kept quiet, but to us she said this is what she found. So that proves that it has been tampered. That is one, my lord. Secondly, these pieces were found in Patna.
This you found where exactly? This you found in Patna.
Patna, that Learns Boys High School, where about 25 candidates were gathered and the solved paper was given. So the original paper was not taken out, it was replaced back, but its printout was taken and circulated to the candidates, one paper per 2-3 candidates. They sat in a group and started memorizing it. And at the end of the 12:30 or so, they have to go to the centers because exam is at 2. Some centers are far away, some centers are nearby. Then they put all of them together and burnt it.
And this girl was attempting, who was actually the girl to whom that, captured steel was handed over. She was in which center?
She was in Hazaribagh Oasis School.
She was in Oasis.
Because this serial number is allocated to Oasis School Center, mine.
From
And
NTA.
from NTA. And NTA gives unique 24 lakh serial numbers so that no two candidates in the country will get the same serial number. And this serial number, 124 lakh series is different for SBI, another 24 lakh series is different for Canara. So there will be almost 48 lakh codes. So that is how with this piece of paper recovered in Learns Boys School in Patna, we reached Hazaribagh. Because this serial number is allocated to only Oasis.
So otherwise, let's speak for the Hazaribagh school.
Hazaribagh Oasis School alone, so there are 5 centers.
The three chapter in Patna.
No, my lord.
Three
The
chapter
school-
again.
It is appeared in Oasis School but relate to Patna.
Where these problem solving, etc.
Problem solving also took place in Hazaribagh. my lord.
Hazaribagh.
Only there were 2 groups of candidates. One beneficiary group was in Hazaribagh, where the problem solving also took place in another floor of the same building. And the first floor girl candidates, female candidates were there. In the second floor, male candidates were there. In the third floor, the solvers were there. All the 7-8 solvers were together along with the gang.
Without telephones, without telephone.
And neither the candidates nor the solvers were allowed to bring the phones into that particular location. And after this solution, again digital image was taken and it was transmitted to Patna Learns Boys High School, where one of the gang members of the accused is present.
And we recovered this bird thing from
Patna, from that school, Learns Boys High School.
Okay. So let me summarize this,
There were
students.
25 candidates.
So let me summarize the students. So actually, they are saying that in the Oasis school, in the Hazaribagh, what happened? Like, let's say there was a question paper, right? A person, obviously that gang member, he tried to take the question paper. Like, let's say he tried to take the question paper anyhow, right? So now what he did, that he took one question paper, he broke the seal, he took the pictures.
that person also.
The invigilator also did not,
That's it will be again.
he did not mind.
This will with a lighter. Because if you reach any plastic with a lighter, you have burnt marks.
Exactly.
My lord,
Yeah. So basically they are saying that what happened there is that in Oasis school, like one of the gang members, he just took the picture of the question paper. They are saying that basically what happened is,
such packets are kept in a trunk.
okay, just a minute.
This has got 3 packets of 24 question papers each, inside separately packed. Now on this, the invigilator and center superintendent have to sign that when we are opening there is no tampering. So though there was a tampering and burnt from one side and again refixed,
One paper.
and one paper removed and replaced, they have signed because the center superintendent and the city coordinator were also part of the conspiracy.
Oh, you arrested that person.
They arrested.
Is he arrested, sir?
He is also a part and parcel of this.
Yes, sir. He took money. He took money.
Center superintendent and the coordinator were part of this.
Yes, sir. Yes, my lord.
They are arrested. They are
Both arrested. Apart from that, there is one more middleman who was a bridge between the gang and these two. And the conspiracy was hatched almost 2-3 months prior to the actual stealing because they have to identify one vulnerable center who is ready to accept and give the access.
So one question I had was, once they had this conspiracy for 4 months back, how is it that they confine the conspiracy to such a small group of people? Because great otherwise is that he will want to maximize the profits which he is going to make from the conspiracy. Why did they only confine themselves to say 25 schools?
No, my lord, we have
Once they have invested, they could
we have
have
given the figure in para number
155.
para number 113.11.
155 schools.
What happens is, since they don't want the paper to go or their identity to be revealed to many people and exposing them to be arrested in advance, they go to the people not one to one, and those who fall into the trap, they give post-dated checks and some amount in advance. We have recovered the post-dated checks also. So post-dated checks now cannot be encashed. We have recovered them.
The money is not collected in one tranche, my lord. Initially, one token advance is taken, so the candidate is permitted to gain access to that particular location where they are going to distribute the salt paper. Now, he doesn't know whether this is the content which is going to come in the exam. So, once he comes out of the examination center, then only he confirms that yes, what you gave me yesterday is the one, or what you gave me today morning is the one which came.
But there is no evidence to indicate that the conspiracy was wider, at least in Jharkhand and Bihar.
No, my lord. What we found so far was that there were 2 locations in Hazaribagh where this was shared after solving, and 1 location in Patna where this was shared after solving. And within Patna, that group had a subgroup of 6 female candidates who came on 4th itself, so they didn't want to keep the boys and girls in the same under the same roof, so they put it in one of the accused houses, those 6 girls, for the night. And next day morning, once it was stolen, photographed, it came to the solvers, they solved it. Then again a scanned copy was generated, sent to Patna through WhatsApp, and their printouts were taken, about 15 copies of each set. Botany zoology in first go it came at around 10-15 hours, and the physics chemistry came at about 10:35 to 10:40. So they took printouts and gave 1 copy to 2-3 group of candidates. Since the girls were there in the other house, from here 1 hard copy was taken to that.
Now, what about these statements which were recorded by the Economic Offences Unit in Bihar,
My lord,
saying that the car fell ke raat ko hua
my lord,
on the 4th of May.
yes, yes.
And there seems to be an improvement in their subsequent statements where they say that it took place between that morning hours on the
Not only that, my lord, in the file which we has given to the court, my lord, page number 5,
Which one?
the Bihar report.
In fact, first it was Bihar local police, then Bihar EO. Local police, it seems, I was shown yesterday, have recorded in a cut paste mode. So once a paragraph is edited heavily.
Because we saw the statement of Anurag Yadav, we find it at page 132 of the file, Nitish Kumar at page 92 of the file, and Amit Anand at 88 of the file.
And my lord, Anurag Yadav at page 113 is there, and 129 also it is there, my lord. But it's a repetition. Before that, my lord, in this report, if my lordship may go to page number 5. Page number 5. This is the consolidated status report prepared by EOU 1 day before it was handed over to CBI, my lord. In that last paragraph, 3 lines. Last 3 lines, my lord. Page number 5.
Now the way from Hazaribagh to Patna
Is through
was through the mobile of one of of these persons who took a picture of these scanned answer sheets and sent us problem. They solved the answer sheets and sent it. Now, has that mobile been seized?
No, my lord. They have destroyed some of the gadgets, and yesterday we recovered some of them. Now we have to examine them forensically whether these were this set of mobiles yesterday we recovered were from the same gang. But whether the same instruments were used for this offence or not has to be ascertained from FSL report.
And perhaps the FSL report will indicate as to whether this was sent only to Patna or did it go somewhere else also?
It will, if the WhatsApp chats are not deleted, then we will know where all it has gone. But apparently from the interrogation, they have destroyed those mobiles after the offence. The main core group. The fringe elements, 18 mobiles were recovered, my lord. That FSL report has come.
Yesterday somewhere I was reading earlier.
Para 50.
I didn't plan that day that they
Para 51.
to the river or something.
Para 51. Para 51.
From some water body.
Para 51 may kindly be seen, my lord, in our report. Para 51.
First report.
First report. Para numbers are in seriatim, my lord. Para 51.
Students basically right
Para
now
51, last 3 lines, my lord.
they are discussing about the investigation.
Para 52, last 3 lines. 52. Para 52.
So students right now they are talking about the investigation. Okay, so they are saying that basically in Oasis School in Hazaribagh, like the way he has shown this packet, you can see this packet, right? So this packet is actually sealed, okay, and the superintendent, the center superintendent and invigilator, they need to receive it and they need to sign on it, and they have to ensure that when they received it, right, it was not tampered.
Page 21 of the report.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a minute.
Yes.
Guys, this is important right now that investigation things are getting discussed.
Professional will not commit this mistake. You would ensure that the entire paper is
Shredded.
You got the clue, the first clue, because of these numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
These numbers are to be found where on this booklet.
Yes, inside every page it will be there.
Your lordship,
On the top also, on the left, top left corner, it is there, ma'am.
your lordships can open. So this is used paper, so it can be open.
On the top
But
left
your
corner.
lordship will have to tear it. It cannot be open the way we open one of the glued envelope.
Don't need a scissor.
No, you don't need a scissor. You are not supposed to be having a scissor as a student.
What was done is, with the camera and the mobile, it was saved and a hard copy was downloaded. So this is that hard copy which has been
That's the
downloaded.
reason why the girl student got her own paper that was earmarked to her.
So what was the idea in taking this copy, this particular?
It's on every page.
It's on every page, ma'am.
He doesn't have a choice.
Entire booklet was photographed.
Each page, each page.
Thereafter, it was put back in the envelope and tried to reseal with lighter.
As per the CCTV footage, my lord, he had 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yes. Even the OMR sheet will have the same number, my lord. The OMR sheet and question paper are matched. They come in the same packet.
See students.
As my lord,
So students, basically the point is, right now they are discussing about the investigation, as I said earlier. Let's say, what are they saying? That paper and the OMR sheets, they came together. Like, let's say they are having a packet. In that packet, 20 plus papers are there. I think 29 is the number that they used, right? 29 question papers with their OMR sheets will be there in that packet. So invigilator and the center superintendent has to receive it. And then while receiving, right, they are going to, they have to sign on it. If they have received it in a, proper condition, it is not tempered, like this, right? Seals are not broken, like this. Okay, so now in the Oasis school, which is in Hazaribagh, right, the center superintendent and the invigilator, they were also they are also involved in that conspiracy. They are also involved in paper leak thing. Okay, they are arrested. This is what NTA Council, the Solicitor General, is saying basically. Now what happened is, what that gang members, what they did, from that packet they took the question paper, right? Let's say I took one question paper, right, and you know that the seal is there in that question paper. Okay, so basically what they did, just a minute students, yes, so basically what they did, they just broke that and they took the pictures of all the, right, picture of that question paper, right, they just click the picture of that question paper and then they placed it back. Okay, this is what they did, right? That's what Solicitor General is saying, right? And now
the nature of the forensic evidence that we have in regard to the transmission of the data on the fact that there was a leak. We now know that there was a leak.
And my lord,
what we are unsure about is what time the leak took place and to what extent was the leak. Now, the leak takes, there is a leak, according to the investigation, the leak takes place at Hazaribagh. Now, the leak, the solid question paper is then transmitted by electronic mode to Patna. Now, do we have any forensic evidence to indicate how that data was transferred and to which phones the data was transferred?
I'll answer this, my lord. Before that, this is the report of the Patna police, my lord, which has been submitted, page number 43, 44. There are more number of burnt pieces. If my lordship can semi-burnt pieces. In all those, the same serial number is figuring, which we have shown it here.
This is false.
That means
And that serial number is of the school.
of the Oasis Center.
Same girl.
Right, the center.
Same girl. Same number.
That means, my lord, all these burnt pieces belong to one question paper. It is not that 4 or 5 question papers were stolen and burnt, because the serial number then has to be different on each piece of paper. Okay,
The question paper will have the center number and the serial number of the question paper itself.
serial number of the question
So
paper.
it has two things, the center number and the serial number of the question paper.
Yes, ma'am.
And there is only one which has been.
Now, for a moment, my lord, supposing we say that this serial number paper got leaked on 4th itself, for example. Once. Now, if supposing this paper has got leaked on the previous day itself, on 4th, one of the learned counsels for the petitioner was also mentioning, and there was a confusion in regard to Anwar Yadav's statement. We have CCTV footage of the main accused Pankaj Kumar alias Aditya, who has been arrested right now in our custody. That he has accessed the strong room of Oasis Center as per CCTV footage between 8:02 to 9:23 AM on 5th. So that was the time when he has access to this particular serial number.
CCTV footage is from where? When he's entering, when he's leaving, or when?
Both. With entering into the control room where the trunks were placed and exit from the control room where the trunks were placed, and the photograph of both the trunks before it was locked. The control room was locked after they were brought from the safe vault of the bank, and when they were opened again for all other witnesses and all, that photographs also we have given, my lord.
And the control room is under, the lock of the control room is in whose custody?
My lord, there are 2 doors to the control room, this particular control. The front door was locked in front of everybody and the key was with the center superintendent. But the inside bolt of the rear door was kept deliberately open by the central superintendent as well as the city coordinator as part of the conspiracy.
To allow somebody
To allow somebody to enter. And this person who I named just now was sitting in the staff room, whose door is just adjacent to this rear door of the control room. It is hardly 2 steps to open the other door and enter this door. So 7:53, the front door of the control room is locked and everybody goes to inspect the examination halls, etc. From the rear door at 8:02, this man enters.
Only a minute. At this juncture, please see what second status report, page 11.
So this man enters about 8:03 or 8:02. 8:02, he enters from behind. That is recorded, this is recorded on the CCTV. And he leaves at about 8:23.
9:23.
There are photos inside for about 1.5 hours.
Because, my lord, there are 7 layers of packing. What we showed, my lordship, is only an individual question paper which comes in this packet of 72 questions. And this is again put in a trunk. Then trunk has 2 locks in the front. And trunk is put in another carton box where the image can be seen at page number 11 of the second status report.
He opened the trunk from behind.
He has opened the trunk from behind. What you get?
How who's that? What kind of equipment did he have to open the trunk?
He had an exhaustive toolkit bag. The bag was kept in the control room by the center superintendent on the 4th.
Security surrounding that control room where the trunks were placed.
My lordship, it's the responsibility of the center superintendent itself. So he has a party to it. He kept that toolkit, which is given by same accused 2 days prior, and he keeps it there. This man uses, he doesn't carry the toolkit because he comes out empty-handed. That is also seen. He just clicks on his phone, digital photographs, and walks off. He enters the campus at 7:12 and goes into the staff room and sits there. At 8:02, he enters the control room and 9:23 he exits the control room and 9:24 he exits the center.
How do we sort of hypothesize that this main accused confessed that he sent the images of the, if he first took a photograph, then he takes it to the problem solvers.
He sends it immediately after he exits the campus to the problem solvers.
Where solvers are also in Hazaribagh.
They are in Hazaribagh in a guest house called, which is named in our report, my lord, on the 3rd floor.
Now,
And there is a printer there.
right, and from once they are solved by the problem solvers, they are rejected by whom? Again by the same accused?
By the same accused.
By
Pankaj also goes to that same location. And they have a group of several people there, about 9 persons.
How do we rule out this that Pankaj may have sent it to other locations also?
But so far, from the investigation and interrogation of the accused, we found only 4 locations, my lord, 2 in Patna, 2 in Hazaribagh.
Okay.
And the top gangster is somebody. Below that, there are about 5 main persons, out of which 3 we have arrested and they are in our custody. And we have interrogated them. And below that, they have some people who mobilize the candidates, some people who identify the safe house, some people who
The top gangster also is custody.
not yet.
Students, what do you think? Are we going to get the final verdict today? Are we going to get the final verdict today? What do you think, people? What do you think? So guys, now this is a little interesting, right? So basically, as per the investigation, right, the majorly, right, they are able,
Solvers are in custody.
huh,
How did the solvers actually transmit? They were solving. Were they solving the questions?
Solvers-
They were solving them on paper. What were they doing?
Yeah, my lord. For example, if my lordship may see page 50 and 51, you can see the tick marks on the hard copy, half burned papers. The size of this tick mark is different from the size of the tick mark which we recovered from the candidate, the girl candidate of OASIS, she has put a small tick. And in that, for every question there is only one tick, what she thought it was the correct answer. So this tick is on another hard copy,
One theory.
on a printout.
The man enters that control room, but
Control room they call it. It's a hall.
according to you, he was in that room for 1 hour and
21 minutes.
he must have taken time to open the trunk from behind to pull out one question paper which unfortunately was given to that girl. Then he takes pictures on his mobile. From this mobile, he forwards it to the solvers.
Not to the solvers, my lord. He forwards it to one of their own counterpart who is with the solvers, physical actors.
He forwards it to apps. Apps is in company of the solvers at the desktop.
Yes.
Then he must have parted that to the solvers.
He takes a hard printout.
This is that one thing is the hard print.
Printout. It's called printout.
One second.
Okay,
It's
so
all-
after the solvers, all the question paper.
It's a again scan
That will prove.
by the same accused who are there with you. Pankaj also
there. Pankaj is also there.
Pankaj is also.
And this scanned copy, has been sent to Patna.
Yes.
It is
And also to one other
it
location.
is sent to America
Yes.
and to Patna. But we have, how do we sort of completely say that this scanned copy will be sent to no other centers other than one more at Hazaribagh and one at Patna?
My lord,
So we have no forensic, we don't have forensic data to, we have forensic data that we will be verifying footprints, that this was sent to this was sent to this number, this was sent to this number.
That is why I give the figures, because the time available for them to impart this, whatever they had stolen, was hardly 1.5 hours to 2 hours. And therefore, even the students who are now caught, those who are beneficiaries according to us,
So you know what?
they also did not fare well.
Earlier we thought that, that after he takes the photographs, that he comes to the center at about 9:30 and 45 minutes is given to the problem solvers. No, the problem solvers probably got the question paper at 8:30 itself.
no, my lord. At around the 9:24 after he comes out, he transmits it as per the
That's the statements of,
obligation statement.
these are the statements.
His mobile is not available and that 4 months later in
Hazaribagh's guest house is not so far away. Even the person who received, we have arrested him in Hazaribagh.
I don't know.
So students, basically as per the investigation, right, they are saying that in Hazaribagh in Oasis school, okay, right, in Hazaribagh in Oasis school, what's the point, bache, that they are saying that basically a gang was there, paper solvers, some students, they were involved in paper solving, and some other middleman they were involved. So basically what happened in the Oasis school in Hazaribagh, students, right, I'm going to summarize everything so far. Okay, so initially you know that right, they started with the discussion of what the stat, right, they basically explained that in different centers, okay, the success rate, if we compare with the last years, the success rate, there is no major, you can say that there are no such major changes that we can see in the success rate. Okay, this is the first thing. This is the very first thing. Now, what is the what is the second main thing that they discussed? So basically, today's story was revolving around that stat, right? That success rate was not there. If we talk about the Sikar, in Sikar already, right, you know that Kota, Sikar, they are basically the coaching hubs. Okay, so students, they perform exceptionally well. So now if we talk about that changes, right, that is like some students this time and during the in the application form during the correction of application form, some students, they got that option that they can change their city. So there they are mentioning that basically some students, they move to different cities for their preparation. Some students, their parents are in government jobs. When they move to different place, they don't have the domicile, so that's why they got the option that they can change, they can opt for the cities they want. This is the thing. Now judges, they also question that if we talk about Hazaribagh, how many students are there in top 100, right? Even if we are talking about the what do we say, Patna, right, how many students are there in top 100? So all these things were discussed. So mainly now let's talk about that investigation, right, that CBI investigation, that what happened and what are the chances. So they are saying that basically in the Oasis school, the superintendent and that state coordinator, city coordinator, I guess this is not the right word, basically the superintendent and one more authority, they were involved in this paper leak, right? They were involved in this paper leak. How? Right? So as they said that question papers, they are basically protected with the 7 layers, right? 7-layer protection is there. Let's say initially question papers, they go to the banks. In the banks, right, from the banks in the morning, they'll come to that control room. That basically in the schools, you can say that there is a control room where the papers, they were locked, they are placed in trunks and all like this, right? This is the thing. Now what happened is that the pouch, I hope you guys have seen a pouch like this, right, the pouch like this. So let's say in that pouch question papers are there. I think they use the number 29. Near about 29 question papers were there, right? And that question papers, they came with their OMR sheet. Now here we got to know that there are different, okay, there are different IDs, there are different IDs, or you can say that a unique number for each question paper. Yes, there is a different unique number for each question paper. Now what is the meaning of that? Right, what is the meaning of that unique number? Let's say you know that 24 lakh students, they filled the application form. So that 24 lakh question papers, right, that 24 lakh question papers, each question paper will have a unique ID, or you can say that it will have a code, right? And the same code will be there on the OMR sheet. Let's say this is my question booklet, right? This is my question booklet. This is the OMR sheet. So this question booklet will be having a unique code, and the same code will be there on the OMR sheet. So 24 lakh, it's 24 lakh students, they filled the application form. So 24 lakh codes are there. Each paper will have its unique code. This is what they just said. Now we know that there are 2 sets of paper, right? Contingency papers are there. So one was there in the SBI and another was there in the Canara Bank. So we can say that approximately 48 lakh question papers were there. How many question papers? 48 lakh question papers were there. So the question papers that are in Canara Bank, they are also having that unique code, and the question papers that are in that SBI Bank, they are also having the unique code. So now Pankaj is the name that they use, that main member, right, who's involved in all that. So they are saying that in the school, right, let's say on each floor, first floor is for boys, male candidates, second is for female candidates, and there was one more floor where these students, right, they were solving the question paper, and one of the gang members, right, those who planned all the things, they were also with that solvers. Okay, now what happened, because the superintendent of that particular center, he was also involved there, right? He was also involved there. That invigilators, they were involved there. Basically superintendent, right? Or one more was the city coordinator. I don't know the word exactly, right? So what happened there, right? Let's say that now from the bank, they brought the question papers. Now the question papers are in a control room, right? So they said that in that particular school, in that control room, 2 doors were there, front door and the rear door. Front door and the rear door. And the man who was involved in this paper leak, he entered the school premises around 7:30 or something, right? He was there in the staff room, right? He took the question paper from that school only, not from the bank. What he did, as I said, there is a pouch in which question papers will be there. So what he did, he took one question paper from this pouch. Let's say this is a pouch like structure, right? He used something and he tried to open that pouch. He took one question paper out of it, right? He took one question paper out of it, and as I said, the question papers are having what? The question papers, you know, they are sealed. They are having the seal. He opened it. He clicked the pictures, right? As per the investigation report, what they said, they clicked the picture of that question papers, of that particular booklet, right? And then he placed it back. Okay, he took the picture of all that question paper. He picked up one question paper. He took the picture of all the questions, and then he placed that paper back. Right, and with the help of a lighter, he tried to seal this. Now, when these things will be provided to the invigilator, the set, okay, fine, you have to sign it, right, and you have to say that it is not tempered, the seal is fixed and everything. So, because the superintendent of that particular school, he was also involved. So, even that pouch, it was burned, but still he signed it. So basically, he took one question paper. It's not like that he took many question paper and he ran away, right? The man who was involved in this paper leak, right? He took question paper, he took the pictures, and then he placed it back. Then he put it back. Now, that particular question paper, they were distributed in that center. So one of the girl students there, she received it. She attempted the paper. She was not at all involved in this scam. She was not at all involved. It's just that, like, let's say my question paper, right, that person, right, he took the pictures of my question paper, I got my question paper and I started solving it. It was like that. Now what happened? That particular person, because superintendent was involved in it, so he locked the front door in front of everyone, but he he kept that rear door open, right, so that person, the name is Pankaj, right, he entered there in that control room, right? So let's say this is the control room, this is the staff room. That person entered the school premises around 7:30. He was there in the staff room around 8 or 8:15. So as per that report, right, I'm telling you. So basically staff room and that control room, it was nearby, and that door, that rear door of that control room was nearby to that staff room. This man entered there. Right, this man entered there because that rear door was not at all locked. Right, superintendent kept it open deliberately, because he wanted that person to enter there and to took the question paper. Now what happened? He entered there, right, the trunks and all, he opened it, he took the pictures, and then he left the school premises. So he came out of that control room after 30-40 minutes or 1 hour, right, and basically by 9:20 or 30, 9:15 or 20, he left the school premises, and then he sent the pictures of that question paper to one of his gang members with the solvers. Like, let's say there is a room in which paper solvers are there, and paper solvers are not allowed to carry any phone, right, and one of the gang members, right, he was also there. So he gave that question paper, he got the pictures, right, they took the printouts, they gave it to the solvers to solve it, and then they sent the question paper, the pictures, to the Patna, right, in the learner school, I guess, right. So basically these two things, they are connected. That's what NTA Council is saying. This is the first thing. Is that clear, student? This is the first thing as per the report. Now another member, right, another member who were involved in all that, he is not in custody yet. That superintendent, that city coordinator, I don't know that exact term, I just forgot. So he is there in the custody, and that solver, paper solver, those who are the students, they are also in the custody. So it is their statement, right? It is their statement. So basically that girl, right, just I took the picture of that question paper, a girl received it, she solved it. So basically, CBI checked all the things. That girl, she was not involved in that paper leak, but it's just that her question pictures were taken. So it's not like that question papers were stolen or something. No, they just took the pictures of that, and then they forwarded that pictures to the person there in Patna. Okay, so there they solved it. Now the point is, even CGI, he asked the same thing. He asked them that why is it so? Why they don't want that question paper to reach at mass level, because then they'll make more money, है ना? Right, जैसे the NTA Council was saying that those who were solving the paper, even they were not allowed to carry their mobile phone, right? So they don't have any mobile phones, right? Why? Because they don't want to spread that question paper. But the point is, right, if that is the case, right, if this is the point, then why is it so? Why? Because if, let's say, I'm involved in all that things, I want to earn more and more money, है ना? Right, this is what I want. I want to earn more and more money. I'll contact more students. So why is it so? So basically, as of now, as per that investigation, they are saying that paper leak was there on the exam day only. right? And that is how two leak stories, they are linked to each other. So as of now, this is what they have discussed, right? And now after the lunch, we'll see what is going to happen further. Okay, students. So again, I'll say one thing. That if you are scoring the marks in the range of 500 and 600, and you want to wait for the verdict, then you want to decide that what are you going to do. It's your choice, but still I will suggest that if you are scoring marks less than 550 and you are clear that you want to go for the MBBS only, you want to go for the NEET only, and especially for the MBBS, then I'll say please start your preparation now. And for that, even the description box of this video will have a link for Phoenix Pro Batch, right, where classes will start from 26 July onwards. Okay, 26 July onwards. This is the one point. And secondly, if you want to go for another course, please, as per your interest, start doing it. Do not waste your time. Your career is in your hands. You have to put the efforts for that. Okay, you have to put the efforts for that. Clear, students? So rest we'll see after the lunch break. Right now I cannot say anything that what's going to happen. Right, we are hoping that today they should come up with the final verdict, because I know how devastating it is for the students that they are not clear when will the counseling start, what are they going to do further, are they going to get the seat or not. And secondly, that physics question. Right, that physics question. So as per IIT Delhi, they have given the one answer as the correct answer. So yes, right, maybe that students will not get the compensatory marks. Let's see. Today we'll get to know about it. And yes, in today's hearing, they also discussed about that compensatory marks, who got it, right? And after let's say if they remove the compensatory marks, then only 17 toppers will be there who scored 720 out of 720. So let's see. Let's wait for the let's wait for them. Right after the lunch, they'll continue. So there will be a break time and then we will resume. Okay, students? Okay. So what do you think? What's going to happen? What do you think? What's going to happen? Do you think today we'll get the final verdict? Yes, students. Do you think that today we'll get the final verdict? And you know what, students, because the result of this exam is out now, that is why judges, they are not able to take decision like this, right? Let's say if initially all the things were reported before the result, because we know that many scams were there after the result, right? But if we got to know, yeah, you can say that if this issue, if it was agitated before the result, then definitely Re-NEET was there. But as of now, we cannot say anything. We have to wait. So just keep calm. Let's hope for the best, guys. This is what I can say, right? Let's hope for the best and see you all after that lunch break. Okay, so make sure you subscribe the channel, make sure you like the video, and in the description box there is a link. You guys can check that too.
taking charges. The charge is not a correct.
I hope I'm audible now.
Money was to be recovered in 3 tranches. First installment was paid. Then second and third was by way of
Now, am I audible?
the post-dated checks.
Yes.
They did not transmit papers even to the solvers. The solvers were brought
Now-
sent to the hotel, and we have the hotel register is recovered. They have given their identity proofs whenever a person goes to a hotel. So their presence there on a particular day is established. They were called there. They also say that we will have to keep our mobiles out, and they solved the papers, gave to one person, who transmitted to them. So their modus operandi, the entire thing appears to be confined to this particular area, these 2 particular centers.
Yes.
And we have been able to identify several persons, several accused in the sense, I don't like the word accused also being used for the children, but beneficiaries. None of them are getting admitted anywhere, which leads to an inevitable conclusion.
Guys, as of now, NTA Council is saying,
Many students locally are now
32. They are not covered. The report says so.
Is the 1,08,000 or this overall in 23?
No, 23 point some. Most of them are not in the list of 1,08,000. Now, only thing that will happen is you will be debarred for future also, depending upon what need. This year that is out of question.
so students, as of now, NTA Council, Mr. Solicitor General is saying that only 155 students are the beneficiary of the scam. Right? He's saying that it is not at the mass level. Only 155 students are the beneficiary of the scam. Okay, so we cannot say that it is at mass level and we should go for the Re-NEET. As of now, this is what he said. Now let's see further what's going to happen.
Page 22, para 52 is the chart of some candidates identified there. This is in a part of the first report, but none of them are falling within this. And why I am showing this? The purpose is to satisfy our lordships that the accused and our corroborated by our findings that they got only 2 hours to mug up the questions is reflected in the result record. Whoever is identified there are only 2. We have crossed 573 and 581.
Okay.
577. They just managed to. Some of them have got 111. Please see about page 22. So maybe one of the student was intrinsically good.
2 students plus.
Minus.
So 2 students plus 573.
Different options can come to page 22 of the first report. So that I may be accurating for 3 students. This is what as on that day we found these beneficiaries.
Page 23.
Yes, 581, first is 581, I am not naming anyone. Then 531, 483, 300, 296, 185, 338, 573, 581. This is second order, 581, who crosses 577. And that's it. Those are only two who cross. Otherwise, it is 111, 431. So they got
There
the
are only three, no? There's first one is 581, then there's one 573 and one 558.
577 is required for being in the 1,08,000
That's so 581 we have one candidate.
and two with 581. Yes.
Yes.
So, my respectful submission is that unlike the judgment which your lordships have been assisted with yesterday, please see about the judgment. Before I come to the next point, I come to the judgment a little later, but I just point out one more fact. The students on this side, let's say, my learned friends' plans, they are also ultimately children. Most of them like all of us, were misled by the fact that one telegram channel was showing that this is the question paper uploaded on 4th itself. Lordships would recall. Telegram, your lordships must be aware, it's like an app. It's like WhatsApp. Telegram, WhatsApp, there is some other also. Signal. It's like, Telegram is less used, but it's an app.
What about the Telegram thing?
Yes, that's really interesting. Then how we can use or abuse
Students-
the digital format for creating a havoc in the country.
We are talking about the Telegram video. Please pay attention.
Report number 3. I can tell first of all orally to the lordships. I will not explain how we get this because I cannot give it in for your lordship's consumption, but one of our officers joined this group and got this. Anyway, we will not go into that. Can we come to page 10 of the third report? And I will demonstrate this. This was, your lordship, page 10.
Yes.
This is misunderstood.
Yes.
This is the original version. It was uploaded, the question paper is uploaded on 6th of May, oblique 7th of May, in the night of 6th of May. They created the channel on March 6th, after the exam. I'm sorry, the May 6th. And uploaded something on 7th,
The account itself was saved on the 6th.
on 6th, uploaded something on 7th, and they could manipulate to show
Uploading was on 7th.
yes, 001 hours.
Where did you get that?
Right, the full. The 00.01. The last paragraph, just above the image, comprising 12 images that included question number 1 to 76 and 121 to 129. The uploading began at 1 a.m., 0.01 a.m. and concluded at 5 a.m. on May 7th. But if your lordship sees the screenshots at page 9, please come to page 9. And not page 9, page 8, 7 and 8. It would show that it is uploaded on 4th of May.
And what is uploaded is the same question, is it?
Same. Uploaded on 7.
Does it have the same serial number?
The serial number, that's another, your lordship put a very interesting question.
Serial number.
Lord, the serial number should have been here. That is also masked by the person who uploaded it on 7th. The question paper series.
On the previous page, that is the screenshot of the previous page,
Yes.
that says May 4, right?
They say May 4. But something which is uploaded on 7th in a channel created on 6th can be shown as having been uploaded on 4th, and we
Okay.
can demonstrate that. In this very case, if your lordship permits, I have the laptop. Because the students must know that
Let us see that.
if my
Students basically they are saying the Telegram video, it was uploaded on,
he
matlab,
had explained this to me yesterday. And your lordship can give me a piece of, not to me, I'm technologically challenged, but
so basically he's saying that
I
after
said, have
the
a piece of
paper,
paper today, upload in your lordship's presence and show it as having been uploaded 3 days later. It's that risky a technology.
okay. So he's saying that that channel was created after paper and paper was uploaded then, but they are showing that it is before that. So So basically they are talking about the Telegram video. So as per them, it was that Telegram channel where paper leak video was there. It was created after that.
Seven.
So students, what do you think? Yes? What do you think? So now they are concluding everything, okay? They are concluding everything. So the video, as per the solicitor, the video is, the channel was created after the paper, right? The papers, the question papers were there on that channel and they were also circulated after the exam. But it is showing that it is before exam. Okay, so it is because of the technology and this is what he explained here.
Let's come to second status report and the conclusions. Yes, the lordships have seen the entire, all the 3 reports. I am not troubling the lordships with this, but the lordships would, with respect, agree that it is a very scientific investigation and based upon the interrogation of the accused and other antecedent facts. These are the two conclusions which will assist your lordships so far as the present purpose is concerned. At page 13, second report, conclusion number 113.7. No evidence has come on record that the salt paper was circulated in any form randomly, except the 4 locations mentioned above. There is no evidence of any other location so far. The total number of candidates who got benefited from the stolen paper are around 155, around 30 in Patna and around 125 in Hazaribagh. This is for the purpose of segregation, that whether segregation is possible or not. Your lordships may also be assisted by para 11 of the report, which is at page. So, but that may not be necessary. But we have shown 2 figures, two pictures. Please have a look at how the you have shown that the position of the bag was different. Now, I can show, it was not shown by my. Please come to para page 11 of the second report. Page 11 of the second. Just to show that this was done on 5th morning, apart from the CCTV footage we have. This is what the position of 2 trunks was in this particular institution. Image of the location of 2 trunks in the control room at OSS school at 7:53 a.m. on 5/5/24 when the front door was locked. This is image taken from the CCTV footage. Both are not connected to each other. Correct? Now, next page, image of the 2 trunks at the control room of the OSS school at 1 p.m. on 5/5/24 when the officials went to open the 2 trunks before the examination. Both have changed their positions, and there is a tablecloth is also moved. This is to satisfy your lordships that this is the theft which happened between 8.02 to 9:23, because that is corroborated by the CCTV footage. Yes. Just see how your lordships have dealt with this one, and I come to the last point. This judgment in case of Tanvi Sarwar, your lordships, the latest statement of my lord, the Chief Justice is there, where your lordships have discussed all the judgments, but only few of the paragraphs of this judgment. Here the investigating agency came to a conclusion that the paper was leaked and paper travelled through several states.
Okay.
If your lordships can take this from 2015, volume 6 SCC, page 573. I did not read the entire report, which was placed before the court then, when this issue was decided. On CBSE examination, there were some 2 lakh odd students. My lordships, can you see page 587? Just giving a note of flavor of what investigative report was before the court. Just below classical D, after the italics, the above mentioned 44 beneficiaries appeared in the examination at various centers spread across the country. Out of these, 15 candidates appeared at Siliguri, district Darjeeling, West Bengal, 11 in Rohtak, Haryana, 4 appeared at Ajmer, Rajasthan, 3 appeared at Delhi, 3 appeared at Jamshedpur, etc. Then para 6. That from the investigation conducted so far, it has been revealed beyond a doubt that the network of this organized gang was spread across different parts of the country. Beneficiaries so and so and so and so. were already arrested so and so, thereafter again the court says, then kindly see at page similar facts where details are given that it was an all India scam as per the report of the investigation. Here, the report without any reservations here that so far we have found that these are the only beneficiaries. Of course, if some new name surfaces, this result would be subject to the outcome. But the question which is for your lordship consideration is that based upon the mere apprehension, which is not based upon any concrete evidence, would your lordships consider comparing or rather requiring 23 lakh odd students, painting them with the same brush as if all are. When the investigation has categorically reported before your lordship that we believe that this is at these 4 places. And that analysis is corroborated by the IIT report. I don't wish to take the lordships to the IIT report. Would your lordships like to be assisted with that? Not necessary. It is also corroborated. Yes. It says the same, that the pattern is same. It's not an all India phenomena where there is any sudden spurge. And more particularly, the thing which convinces us is that their modus operandi is very clear. To select people, go to them personally.
Yes, and one thing, is there any forensic evidence that the telegram paper was in the same form and pattern as the paper which was leaked?
It must have been.
Just ask you can answer. Any forensic comparison of the two papers were made or not?
When the paper which was posted on Telegram on 7th of leave it right now. Whether it was the same question paper which was used in this examination, that's the question.
No, what they say, whether it was in the same pattern, like same font was used, same structure of the questions were there, or it was in a different format or different pattern. I
think from the we can answer directly, but my instructions were that while uploading it, the middle part is
question in the input for only one paper.
Yes.
If it's a leaked out paper which has been posted on the Telegram, then matter ends. If it's an information which is independent of the leaked out paper, then it's a serious.
Then what has happened is,
therefore, is there any forensic comparison of the two or not?
No.
Question paper comes to the candidate.
They would be getting from the same press. So the fonts and the pattern would be identical. The question numbers were varying, the answers were varying.
Yes.
But the font and structure will be the same.
It is the same.
So the question which was there in the public domain as a leaked out paper, whether it matches with the one which is there on the Telegram. That is the question.
The question paper is of the question paper of this examination in the same font, I think.
Is there a report or examination of that or not?
No.
Whether any effort was done to that extent?
Any forensic report is there?
So they are basically asking for the forensic report. That do they have any forensic report which
It's the same font is that and is there any forensic report on that?
No.
There is none. We must take it. But otherwise, what yesterday we will do, absolutely. But otherwise, what I was told is that it is the same paper which was given by a student.
Because you see, the telegram, which is the photograph of that paper, is there in your report.
Yes.
It doesn't match with the one which is there in the case diary report. Not only the font pattern, but also in the as far as numbers are concerned.
Page 11 notes, your lordships are comparing it with.
Look at the date, please.
With which one?
She handed it over. The answer sheet, the question paper.
The question paper.
It's amazing.
So guys, basically they are asking for any forensic evidence, right? That, the telegram video, the question paper it contains.
After examination was over, some student
If they carry the papers,
gives it to either uploads himself or gives it to someone, and we can look to hide his identity.
they must have masked the number.
No.
But whether the bond pattern, the structure
Must be
pattern,
fake, must be,
that has to be forensically.
yes, that should have been done, and we will do that.
Students reading the question paper after the.
They always write it, they are supposed to give the OMR sheet back and take the paper out. Otherwise, it would be easy to trace the person, track the person. But it may not match because of the jumbling. But it may not match because of the series being different.
Very good, so that the question that number the order is fake.
Yes, it may not match, but
Not be done by us, it has to be forensically done.
it's not certain. It will be done, but by today itself, it would be said, I can make a statement. Lord, my last submission, Lord, I respectfully rely upon your Lord, my Lord, the Chief Justice's judgment in 2021, Volume 4, SCC, 631. I will not read.
2021.
Volume 4, SCC, 631. So this was also use of unfair means. My lords were pleased to not consider the case law on the subject and not observe at page para 56. And I would rely upon respectfully on the last part, but I read that para. The decision in railway recruitment, etc., all go to emphasize that the recruiting authority is entitled to take a bona fide view based on the material before it, that the entire process then initiated as a result of which a fresh selection process should be initiated. The integrity of the selection process cannot be lightly disregarded by the High Court, substituting its own subjective opinion on the sufficiency of the material which has been taken into account by the decision-making authority. Undoubtedly, fairness to candidates who participate in the process is an important consideration. There may be situations where candidates who have indulged in irregularities can be identified, and it is then possible for the authority to segregate the tainted from the untainted candidates. Now please note this, my lords were pleased to say this. On the other hand, there may be situations where the nature of the irregularities may be manifold and the number of candidates involved is of such a magnitude that it is impossible to precisely delineate or segregate the tainted from the untainted. A considered decision of the authority based on the material before it, taken bona fide, should not lightly be interfered in the exercise of powers of judicial review unless it stands vitiated on the grounds of unreasonableness or proportionality. And the decision-making process I have shown to your lordships, it matches pan-India, there is no spurge, it matches earlier year and the year before that. And even the investigation suggests a localized, identifiable irregularities. and therefore your lordships may not exercise the judicial review. That's the respectful submission. Last, my lord. Last, the question, that wrong and right question. I have also received several mails from unknown people, and I don't wish to rely upon it, but the common thing or common thread which is coming is that there are old books which are available. The old books contain a wrong answer, but in the NCERT book.
But your instructions say that you must go by the latest edition.
No, but the instructions say that in case of dispute, both the marks to be counted. Guidelines, sir. Yes, sir. Now, page 70 of my affidavit in Vanshika Yadav.
There is one correct answer. How do we have, and the thing is, option 2 and option 4, there will be a situation where the question is ambiguous and possibly both may be correct answers logically speaking. In a given case, there are 4 options. Option 2 may possibly be a correct answer, option 4 may also be a correct answer, but option 2 is also so ambiguously thrown that it may also be correct. Let me give an example. Here, if you look at the answers, each of them excludes the other. Each of them excludes the other.
So I'm just making an attempt.
Let's just see that
If your lordship sees the question, for a second, it's a trick question. I won't say it's a ambiguous question. It's a trick question.
yes.
Statement 1, I may not read. 2, again I may not read. Now see the question. In light of the above statements, choose the most appropriate answer from the options given below. No, not the correct answer. Which is the most appropriate? There are a possibility of 2 and 4 both being correct.
But see, option 2 is both statement 1 and statement 2 are
Now
correct.
students, they are discussing about that physics question.
Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So both can't coexist together.
I understand. One rules out the other. I cannot defend something which is not, but kindly appreciate the wrong answer published by NCERT since years.
Now, this for factual clarity, the wrong answer is option 2. We are taking the option 2 going our order.
It may
We will just mention the question because the question number itself may be jumbled.
Jumble.
So I'm not sure the options are jumbled also. Options may not be jumbled, right?
Options are also jumbled.
Correct. So that we know.
Better to quote the.
We just quote the question. Now tell us one thing. The option 2 appeared as an answer in which NCERT edition?
Yes. That appeared.
Your Lordship, prior to 2019.
Exactly.
In 2019, the edition has been changed.
No. That appears to be not a very correct information. But my information is up to 21. It continued. But subject to the.
Your Lordship.
If some student can come, the old question, old wrong answer. What time it continued in NCERT book? Till 22. Yes, no, the revised edition came in November 22. But one of the students brought me a mail that before that we have already started preparing.
The revised edition came in?
What Mr. Tushar Mehta is saying, what my case is, I started preparing in 9th grade itself, from 2020 onwards. So I got all these books in 2020 itself. I have a copy of edition in my petition I have annexed. That 2019 had the same statement, which was revised in 2019 October, and thereafter in 2023 as well. The same statement has come into being.
I think what we should do is, we should not go by the edition and all that. We will go by the correct answer. Now, let's take an extreme case. Let's take a case where the latest NCERT edition gives a wrong answer. But the student who has prepared well will give a correct answer. Will you even give that student
I get what your lordship is pulling from him. But
IIT tells us what the correct answer is.
Lordship, the idea is to have correct knowledge on the subject matter, Your Lordship.
only a minute.
Yes, yes.
Look, at the
Same
same
day, yesterday we all referred to IIT with your consent ultimately.
No, I consented, not. But
Over the IIT, they are
the respectful submission is this, and I admitted that those who relied upon an authorized text of NCERT and given the option accordingly, should also not get the disadvantage of it.
So the question here is, what about the correct question, road learning? You have to have the fundamentals clear. So far as an unstable atom is concerned, it has to be a radioactive element. Then it becomes unstable, otherwise protons.
I am not joining the field.
So being a science student, you have to be a little bit aware of it.
The matter is,
If anybody has his fundamentals clear, he will answer. So if he is found only reading textbooks which are incorrect, he will get the incorrect answer. And don't be able to direct time until 12. Before 10 o'clock, we had it on our presentation.
Don't take it more than 2 minutes.
So take it probably 10 seconds to answer the question.
But the persons who will be affected would be around 4,22,000.
Your Lordship, but that also has to be considered how many of them are within 1,08,000, Your Lordship.
Everyone would be. They may come, they may go out. We do not know how will.
Your Lordship, the inflation itself is the big bug in this entire examination, Your Lordship, due to only this question marking. 296, 256 or something.
So guys, as per the discussion so far, right, judges are going to consider the correct answer, not the one that is given in the NCERT. Means IIT Delhi has given one correct answer for that physics controversial question, and judges are also in the favor of that. They are not saying that they need to consider the NCERT only. They have to consider the old, the edition. So they are like, we have to and we should consider the correct answer. Okay, and even in the textbook, if wrong things are there, that should not be acceptable. Okay, so accordingly they are going to
379 schools. The larger proportion are all giving the correct answer. Option 2 was given by 4,20,000.
Your Lordship, the challenge was made by less than 0.6% of students. Who had special.
Basically, apart without going into which answer is correct, treating 4 to be correct. No.
So guys, if you are among those who got the grace marks for physics question, there are chances that your marks will be deducted, because 4 lakh something students, they have given that question, right? That answer as per the very old NCERT. So they will consider the correct answer, right? They are not going to prioritize the NCERT part here. Baki, let's see. They are discussing, right? So let's see what's going to happen further.
Only one last request, only one last. Question number 4 is the correct answer.
So for you to wrap up for a minute, we'll not close the argument right now. Let's just hear, that's the perspective of students than others are. Who stand your logic right now. So let's see what question of the book. Just keep your thought with me as we where you are.
Can you circulate a note? The main argument here is this applicant, she is AIR 1, she is scoring 720 out of 720. While attempting this question, she was faced with 2 situations. There is a tabular chart on the second page. If she would not have attempted the question,
She is rank number 1.
Rank number 1, 720 out of
720 out of 7.
Yes. If she would not have attempted the question, it would have been -4 for her. So she would have ended up scoring 716. If current situation is executed, now if the current choice is treated as incorrect, that will be -5 for her. So this will be 715. So now she is in a peculiar situation where she will end up getting even lesser. If she would not have attempted the question, she would have been at 715. Whereas the second difficulty is that in the information bulletin, there is no whisper at all of the fact that there is some new NCERT book which is to be referred. And the old NCERT book is very well on the website also. Because we have made an argument that the rules of the game cannot be changed in between.
So guys, there is another argument to see.
2011-10 SCC 51. Because it's the rules of the game, if I may just read the relevant part.
Instruction that if there is a dispute regarding the answer, then the answer given in the NCERT will be treated as correct. Is there any instruction of that nature?
No.
Because as per...
No, is there any such instruction? No. But the answer has to be correct on principles. It's one more thing is very funny. One very important thing in the occasional media release, for the declaration, what they say, this was also done as a policy mentioned in the information book bulletin of the NEET UG 2024. That is now this is very important. If more than one option is found to be correct, then 4 marks plus 4 will be awarded to only those who have marked any of the correct options. So this applies in a situation that where 2 answers are found to be correct.
Yes.
If 2 options are found to be correct, then if you mark any one of them, you get plus 4. This is not a case where option 2 is correct, only option 4 is correct.
Because we are saying that as per option, there are 2 options which are jumbled in each set. So if both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and the today's version of the answer is as per this expert opinion, either or will be treated as correct if there is an ambiguity. Because our respectful submission is that if in case of this ambiguity, if you plus yes.
Not do it, very someone.
And
you take it from us that you are as sympathetic as anybody else because we realize that, but it's not a situation where there's an element of ambiguity also, you see. There's not even an element of ambiguity.
Ambiguity is in the information bulletin, and in fact this book is still now it's on the website. The ambiguity lies there that if there were instructions and this applicant...
Or even civil services examinations, the students rely on NCERT. It is considered to be standard. My Lord Justice Mishra is right. There is no instant that you can read only NCR.
Yes, my lord, is the argument on principle. Let's assume that we don't want anyone to be disadvantaged. My lord, we need to consider what might be an overall solution over here. My lord, we are testing a competitive exam. We want to test everyone on the same basis.
Exactly.
The version of keeping this the same, the best way would be to remove this question at all. Because then what happens is that in a competitive exam,
Your Lordship, the candidates who have answered wrongly will be benefited of that negative marking, Your Lordship.
they won't get the negative marking. That's the advantage. The negative marking won't affect them then. That's the advantage. No, it's the question of
So now the argument is around that question. So please listen to it.
You can also talk to the directly there, right?
Yes.
You can ask him, we like your assistance on this. What if we do this? See, the IIT right now, it's telling us the place. Now, in our order, assuming we are not setting aside the whole exam. If we are setting aside the whole exam, all this is irrelevant. Then of course the whole exam goes. But assuming that they are wrong and assuming they are right on the whole exam, we will take a call on that. What if we say that only option number 4 will be the correct option, but for anybody who answered option 2, there is a negative mark.
And it appears to be.
So you can just talk to Dr. Namakoti and the director.
No, he is the director, IIT, bro. Your Lordship wants me to.
Just have a director NTA.
But in this regard, can I make a submission?
I
I am for a petitioner wherein one student has scored 7 is correct. So 720 is selected option 2.
Yes,
Like, so what I am informed that they have purchased the books in June 20 also. But in June 22, the same book was there which was having the option 2 as the correct answer.
Okay.
So that's why we are suggesting that you not given additional negative mark, which would be.
But I think it's reasonable, with profound respect, but it may, Lordship may ensure that it does not become a precedent. Otherwise, for every question, there can be a litigation, and I am appearing in some of the matters, where, no, not in this exam, their questions and answers are disputed.
Which mark?
This exam is for elimination and bringing out the best student for the best profession in the country, Your Lordship.
That's what.
No,
Only one, there was a failed but attempt to elite bias IIT Director Madras, who filed an affidavit that he has never attended any of the meeting. He is member of the general body of NTA.
Actually, Madras is a member of the general body of the
General body which takes a policy call, not
coordinating the exam.
no, it has nothing to do. But in any case, he asked somebody else to come. We have a composition where whichever.
You said collaboration right now.
Yes, we have filed an affidavit to that effect. Can you take that on records? And what we do is as per composition, whichever IIT has organized GEE exam last year is our member to gain their experience. So last year was IIT Madras, therefore he is therefore he can give. Our affidavit will not do so.
So yes, people, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
We have to say that the only
Yes.
suggestion corrected in December 22. But general body meeting for overall accounts, etc., not for conducting examination.
My lord.
As I'm appealing for additional, there are 56 petitions from Gujarat, all are right student works. So what I'm trying to do is I've shared one written submission yesterday.
So you have all works, how many are works 720 out of that?
750
You don't want to replace, you want to replace.
we don't want to.
So you don't want to replace.
Most of the petitioners have been selected, but they have scored more than 650. And I'm also appealing for 6 intervention applications wherein 50 applicants are there. Out of those,
Don't have that, now the solicitors are asking for one line of.
it's only 1 point. But we are, because everything, the data and the facts are before my house. The only thing is that we have tried to make a written submission where we have tried to establish the background of all those candidates.
That's all.
Every and everything, because they
They are saying.
consistent.
But
It's not only
you
NEET.
can't go into individual background because
That's what I'm trying to say is that it not only NEET they have performed well, but there is an exam of good set. Even in those exams they have topped.
Sorry. Just a
My-
second.
My lord, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Sir, I have a very limited purpose, sir. I seek to represent students belonging to tribal, rural, and basically remote areas and EWS categories from Madhya Pradesh. They are being represented by a socially minded teacher. She's a medical professor, sir. Sir, the issue here is that we face is that these students, some of them come from very remote areas, some are even Naxal regions. For them to access an exam center or even sit for a test once is a very expensive exercise, leave alone doing it again. Some of them have even qualified and they have been seeking assistance from professors and guidance during the ongoing litigation. All we request is that if a retest is ordered, these students may kindly be either exempted or some sort of exception may be made for the process to be eased for them, sir, where their prior scores may stand in case.
If you already, because we can't take an exception, then logically we will be unfair.
My lord, sir,
Whether we would, we have to use the same yardstick for everybody. The fact that there will be students like your candidates coming from tribal areas, those students will have to go through the entire process. Maybe a ground not to order a retest. But if we order a retest, then we can't start creating an exception. Then there will be that will be very vulnerable. We then have to apply one cut across there.
my lords, in that case, I seek my lord's permission to assist my lord.
Your first point, that this may be taken as a point that ordering a retest
Sir,
will substantially prejudice students, especially students coming from the poorer background, marginal background.
Sir.
Like yourself. That point we go.
sir, with your permission, if I may put forth my lord's observation in Sachin Kumar versus DSSB, which learned solicitor presented. So basically, by your lordship's principle, these students are obviously not beneficiaries of any paper leaks. And if they are put on the same yardstick as the wrongdoers, then it will be a violation of Article 14. That is my lordship's observation in the matter. And such an exception has been made by the Judicature of Patna in Bihar STET leak.
Because then we belong to say tribal schools, there may be Dalit students, there may be OBC students who also come from a very different background. Then already where do you draw the line? Then disabled students, drawing the line becomes very difficult for the court, becomes very arbitrary. So,
I would seek your confirmation.
You see the first one,
My lord. Okay.
And what's your name, ma'am?
Tanushree Bhalla. Obliged.
With your honest permission, may I just make a submission? I will take less than 10 seconds. I am appearing in IA number 140274 of 2024 in the league matter. Lord, I adopt the submissions which have been made by other contestants. I am also appearing for an applicant who has secured 658 and he is opposing the conduct of Re-NEET. He opposes scrapping of the exam. The important thing I am addressing the Honorable Court is, my Lord, that there have been instances where unsuccessful candidates have approached high courts, sought orders against the NT, and the high courts have judicially determined that such claims are being made on the basis of forged and fabricated documents. And in my IE Lord, I have appended the order passed by the Honorable Allahabad High Court on 18th of June. When a petitioner approached the High Court, he sought scrapping in all those reliefs, stay of counselling. The NTA appeared, produced original documents of the candidate, and it was eventually then the petitioner's counsel sought to withdraw the petition. And the High Court was kind enough not to penalize the student for filing the waiver. Lord, my only submission is that this entire exercise, bona fide students are suffering. And suffer.
Lord, the basic principle which has been laid down by this Honorable Court is, if there is a leak, in this case, leak is admitted. If after the leak, we excuse for 10 minutes, after the leak has happened, and the leak was done by the gang head who has not been arrested, Sanjeev Mukhia. What is there in public domain, the CBI has not brought it on record. This Sanjeev Mukhia, who is yet to be arrested, is involved at least in 5 major paper leak cases in UP, Haryana, Rajasthan. These are the news items. It is to be verified by them. He is not been arrested. The moment it is established that leak has happened, dissemination is through WhatsApp mode. The handiwork of a gang operating in different states. Now Government of India taking a firm stand that the leak is now the beneficiaries of the leak are confined only in Hazaribagh and Patna. And this confidence emanates from only and only one fact, that the accused in custody so far have said that the leak is confined to Patna and Hazaribagh. Patna police, when records 161 statement of the accused, they talk of leak prior to the date of examination. This is also 161. Subsequent 161 statement recorded by CBI probably indicates that the leak is on that date of the examination. Now, when the CBI officer was talking to this Honorable Court, his expression, as I could gather, was that so far we have not been able to recover the mobile phones through which this dissemination happened. So we cannot say with confidence that this dissemination happened only in Patna and Hazaribagh and not beyond that. So unless not, because after the leak has happened, the question paper is sold and there is sufficient time, even if the leak has happened on 5th. Then this Honorable Court ultimately, if sustains this examination, will have to record, in my view, a satisfaction on the basis of the material before this Honorable Court that we are able to segregate tainted from the untainted, and this satisfaction. Look this.
So students, what do you think what's going to happen? As per the discussions, we can see that maybe we'll get the final answer today, final verdict today. So what do you people are hoping? Yes? How many of you are saying that Re-NEET should be there, or it should not be there, or it should be there in areas where the leak was there? What do you say? Yes, what do you say? And it is going to pass this week too, maybe, can't say anything, but I think the judges are in the mood to give the final verdict today only. Yep.
Admittedly planning 2-3 months before by a gang. CBI officer specifically used very cautiously the word that so far we have not gone beyond Patna and Hazaribagh. CBI is not so novice that they will accept the statement of the accused arrested so far and close the investigation from the angle that whether it has gone beyond Patna and Hazaribagh. It is an evolving situation. The day we came first time before this honorable court for the writ petition, because mine was the first writ petition, we didn't know anything. Besides the fact that there were news items that there is a leak in Patna. Now the main accused has not been arrested. Now I would say the confidence with the Learned Solicitor General to say that it is confined only and only to Hazaribagh and Patna is completely baseless. Investigation is going on. Can they file an affidavit that henceforth there would be no investigation to see whether it has gone beyond? If tomorrow, today the judgment come, tomorrow this Sanjeev Mukhia is arrested along with the mobile, which would show that he had sent it for 200 people in Sikar. Different stations. I got to know that from Patna people have gone to Mursar, Punjab to give a paper. And if here they say 4 locations they have been able to find. Suppose there are 100 more locations involving only say 1,000 people involved into 20 centers. How many people would those figures, if all of them have got, all of them will not be topping, all of them will not get 720.
That's just one aspect. Because don't cancel the examination today on the hypothesis that investigation is not complete.
Yeah.
The main constable is yet to be arrested.
That's right.
And there may be a possibility, can't say likelihood, but a possibility that in some future point of time, maybe in a foreseeable future, the leak may not be only confined to these two. In a situation like this where 22 lakh students have appeared, and we are dealing with the welfare of students across the country. That's the worrisome part. On the, let's put it this way. Both ways. Let's put it one second. Let's put it both ways. We can't put it in the right absolutely. That we can't say that the leak, we can't enter a judicial finding that the leak is confined only to Hazaribagh and Patna. The reason that the investigation is ongoing. Even CBI can't tell us that. Today, as of now, it is confined to Hazaribagh and Patna. CBI investigation in the next 15 days or 10 days might reveal a different and one big thing.
And more location.
So,
We also, on the one hand, can't say that the NEET is confined only to Hazaribagh and Patna. Equally, we can't today say with any degree of simultaneously authenticity or substance. But the NEET has gone beyond Hazaribagh and Patna. They have in such a widespread or systemic manner as to completely affect the strategy of the entirety of the exam. That also we cannot say. Therefore, I asked you, that's why we want the assistance. Can the court, will the court be justified in a situation like the one present to say that what is the ratio material we have today, but on the basis that some material in the future may show that the NEET had gone beyond Hazaribagh and Patna, therefore today we cancel the exam. On the basis of ideas,
May I answer, my lord?
absolutely.
May I answer? When I speak, when I wanted to speak, your lordship prevents me.
Please sit down.
No, I'm the MLB senior, MLB lawyer here, I am the senior most.
Sorry, you are not invited, I am not invited.
No, I am appearing for 16 students.
Okay.
When I wanted to speak, all of the chief justice prevent me from speaking.
Mr.
I have an answer.
He is arguing, you will not interrupt the penny.
I am not interrupting, but I have an answer to say. I have an answer to give.
You don't answer my question, please answer it.
Okay, then it's a general question. It's a general question. No, I am not interested in you can be the normal chief justice, but I wanted to say.
You please sit down and I will have to have you removed from the court.
Oh.
You please sit down and warning you. I will have to have you removed from the
Your lordship doesn't respect me. I have my own belief.
Mr. Matthews, I'm telling you one very simple thing. Mr. Huda is engaged in a.
Your lordship, sir, I have every best to allow me to speak. I'm not intervening, I'm leaving. But one thing is said, I wanted to say, I was about to speak. When I was speaking, your lordship was showing the other side. And I have only one word to say. Only one word to say. One word to say.
Please follow security plan. Have you moved from the court, please?
I have only one word to say.
You will not say anything. You will not speak to the gallery. You will listen to me. I am in charge of my court room.
Listen.
You just keep quiet now. Yes, Mr. Huda. Yes, Mr. Huda. Yes, Mr. Huda.
I'm leaving.
Yes.
Unfair.
Yes, Mr. Huda.
This is not a duty.
Mr. Matthews, I will now be constrained to issue something which is very unpleasant. Please keep quiet. Sit down here. You want to leave? It's your choice.
I'm leaving.
You don't have to interview. You don't have to tell me that you are leaving. Yes.
No, because I sought permission. I sought permission to speak.
Matthews, you will not interrupt Mr. Huda. I will tell you, but I will tell you after Mr. Huda is done. I am in charge of procedure in this court, and I've seen the judiciary for the last 24 years. I will not allow any lawyer to dictate the procedure of the court.
I've seen
I will give you a full hearing after Mr.
All right. I have been in the judiciary since 1979. 79.
This is contemptuous.
My response is straight away.
I am leaving.
The issue is no longer res integra.
Yeah.
This has been answered in para 20 in Tanvi Sarwal's case, and the proposition is like this. The moment this honorable court finds that there is a paper leak, and the fact has been established that it is a paper leak case, in that situation, unless and until the honorable court reaches a firm conclusion that we have been able to identify all the culprits and there is nobody left in the system who has from a back door is entering and becoming a doctor. Unless that satisfaction is recorded, but this is my proposition for our consideration. The examination cannot be sustained. And here, not only one fact, I'm just putting all things together, not in a circle. Let me put all things together in a circle.
Your argument is that unless the court comes to the conclusion today that all the guilty persons are identified as of date, you have to apply.
Correct. That's my proposition for our consideration. Now, I put it in a sequence. Especially in the effects of this case when the handiwork is of a gang operating interstate. No denying the fact. No denying the fact that the main mastermind is yet to be arrested. No denying the fact that the mobile phones used for dissemination of sold question paper have not been recovered. This word coupled with the fact which I have pointed out, but the reference Benevolent Solicitor General, the analysis did, I like the
So people, are you nervous? Yes, are you nervous? From the discussions going on here, I can say that maybe today they'll give the final verdict. And yes, this is a valid point as per Advocate Huda that the mastermind of this scam is not yet arrested, right? What if we arrest him after 10 days or 20 days or 30 days? We got his mobile phones and we get to know that he had distributed the paper. He had distributed the paper to the different states. What are we going to do in that case? Okay, how can we stop it then? Right? So even CBI has also mentioned so far, right? He highlighted this thing that CBI has also mentioned so far. This is what the arrested accuses, the one who's involved in this scam. That is what he's saying, right? So far this is the information we have. So we cannot rely on that only, right? We can literally not rely on that only. Okay. Okay, so what if we arrest the mastermind after few days and we'll see that paper is leaked at mass level? Then what to do? So we should not allow anyone to be the part of this, right? Who's who tried to enter through that back door. So let's see what's going to happen. Let's see, because that's actually a valid point. So what do you think? What do you think? No doubt, even NTA's counsel, basically the Solicitor General, he has also given that data, the statistical data which shows that the success rate is not that much, or if in SICA, many students, they are scoring good marks because that is a coaching hub, and all that things are there. Right, all that things are there. And moreover, one more argument is related to that physics question. Okay, so here, even in the information bulletin of the NTA, right, for the NEET 2024, it was clearly mentioned, let's say, if let's say if in a question more than 2 options are correct, and those who are marking both the options, they'll get the bonus marks. So here also they mentioned it that we cannot consider it, right? We cannot say basically, no doubt NTA as per NTA, we have to refer the NCERT. Even in UPSC exams, right? Even in UPSC exams, we go for the NCERT only, right? But here the thing is, we should focus on the correct answer. Okay, so now let's see what are they going to say as per that, right? And one suggestion in the courtroom was that we can even eliminate that question, that controversial question, just remove that, and from remaining portion pick up the marks. But some students are like, let's say a student has filed a petition that she is saying that she was confused, right, that whether she should attempt that controversial question or not. Let's say she was thinking that she should not attempt it. So because now her marks are 720, she would have scored 16 marks, right? But now because she has attempted that question as per the old NCERT, and now if we will not consider that answer as right, then she'll lose one more mark, right? Then she'll score 715 marks. So such confusions are also there. So now let's see. Guys, even I am thinking that today they are going to give us a final answer, right? So you tell me, what do you think, guys? What do you think? One thing is confirmed, that paper leak was there in Patna, it was there in Hazaribagh, but we are not sure that whether it is in other states or not, first thing. Secondly, as of now, CBI has investigated it for these two states only, right? Right, so that is why we are aware that yes, problem is there, right? But we don't know anything about the other states. Okay, and about the Telegram video, right? So Solicitor General, he's saying that video, right, it was edited, it was fake. One student is saying that one should consider board marks. Not exactly, because students, when they go out for the coaching, right, they know that they don't need, right, board marks are not the criteria for taking admission in NEET. They need to score the minimum marks, so they don't prioritize it. So if we, let's say, if by any chance they'll say that one should consider the board marks, then it will be unfair for all the students. It is also not right. Anything else? Yes, anything else that you want to add on, students? What do you think? I'm sure you guys are nervous about today's hearing, hai na? I'm sure you people are nervous about today's hearing. Isn't it? Isn't it? Ma'am, Re-NEET possible or not? As of now, can't say anything. In the first half, as per the discussion, right, even I was thinking that chances of Re-NEET are not there. But now, because yes, the advocate Huda is having the valid points, right? We don't know, we don't have the mastermind of this scam. Okay, so we cannot say, we don't have his mobile phone. We cannot check whether he has shared the paper somewhere else or not. Even let's say if the paper leak is on 5th of May, if it is in the morning, yes, there are chances. If let's say I'm sending you the paper at 10 a.m., obviously in 2 hours you can solve it, you can go to the exam center and then you can mark the answers. So that is also a valid point, right? That is also a valid point. So let's see, I literally can't say anything. Right, judges, they are not in the favor of Re-NEET, and that is also a very difficult thing. Even if you will ask me, I know it's a trouble. Right, students, they just stop studying after their exam. Some are happy with their results, some are not happy with their results, some have started preparing for the NEET 2025, and some are happy that they are going to get admission in any college. Right, but now because of all that confusion, just wait.
Reply before this honorable court on affidavit says that CBI is investigating the matter. The conclusive opinion as to whether it was a systemic failure or not, that conclusion can be arrived at only after comprehensive analysis of everything. This is their reply of NTA in para 9 of their reply. So they are not sure themselves that whether it is a systemic failure or not. They will come to this conclusion after the CBI investigation.
Yes.
Now, in Tanvi Sarwal case, I just want to read 2-3 lines for your consideration. Para 20. It says, even if one undeserving candidate, para 20, just allow me to read 2-3 lines. Para 20. Even if one undeserving candidate, a beneficiary of such illegal machination, though undetected, is retained in the process, it would be a denial of the claim of more deserving candidates. At present, the examination stand denuded of sanctity. Now, as of today, I would say the whole world is watching. The paper has been leaked by a gang. Investigation is happening. Mobile phones are not recovered. Is there any sanctity left for this examination? Merely the figures are being thrown before this honorable court. Only the figures are being thrown before this honorable court that if re-examination
Figures before the court, we never throw figures.
Yes, 23 lakh people will be affected. But they say that 23 lakh people will be affected. No, it is not even the first 56,000 people who get the medical colleges. The rest all want a again chance. When they are comparing the figures, they are talking of 1,08,000 and everything is being, their reference sometime to 23 lakh people, sometime to 12 lakh people, sometime to 1,08,000, sometime to 56,000, sometime they categorize from 663 marks, sometime 550, they are clicking picture wherever they get the best photograph to justify on the data. That if we take from this angle, this seems 0.5%, it may be justified. A leak case where it's not even 1% of the total people who wrote the examination are involved. But even 1% will be 23,000 people. Even if there are 1,000 people who are a beneficiary of this machination, there has to be a retest. So we are finding a imbalance in a haystack where there are few needles here and there inserted into the system. You will not find that imbalance. Now, I conclude here on a leak that saying that the integrity has actually gone. We can't reach a conclusion that everybody has been identified and rest all are pious people and they should not be bothered any further. Now, I come to their systemic failure. Which I raised in my second petition. In my first petition, I came only for leak. This is Parthiwala rightly pointed out. We came only for a leak. But with the passage of time, this honorable court granted us time. Now, what we have found is there is absolutely no system in place for conducting this kind of an examination. Taking example of Bahadurgarh, where now after flip-flop from yesterday, what they said, they changed 3 statements in the court itself. Now the statement is with regard to there were 3 centers. This I am saying not as an individual instance. This I am demonstrating that there were no systems in place for conducting this examination, and for this reason also this examination has to go. If NEET is a patient, it suffers from a multiple organ failure, and the patient has to go. Now, talking of Bahadurgarh, they say there are 3 centers in Bahadurgarh. there is only one city coordinator who is authorized to collect paper. Now, for the two centers, they say the SBI paper was collected, given to those two centers, there was some delay in distribution. So, at what level they took a decision to grant extra time then and there? Who took that decision? That there was not all this, like superintendent in Hazaribagh colluded with these accused. All these superintendents and invigilators and the city coordinators are private people. They are charging 2,000, 2,500 from the NTA and performing their job. Now, they are the people on the spot. Are they taking the decision to extend time that these two centers? Yes, but I am just rapidly concluding. These two centers, they extended time. Only SBI paper was given. Hardyal school, the curious case. Now, in their note, what they say is that for Hardyal school, the paper distributed amongst the student was both SBI and Canara Bank, both papers were given to the students. So this is what the 2-page note they have given today. They say at Hardyal school, initially both set of questions paper were distributed. But what is this system? I fail to understand. After some time, SBI question paper was withdrawn. No, who gave these instructions that SBI paper is to be withdrawn? If not, SBI paper was the actual paper. If at all, as Canara Bank was wrongly distributed, Canara Bank should have been retained. But they say both were given, meaning thereby there is absolutely no sanctity. SBI is withdrawn, Canara is allowed to do. But we have a video on record on which they have not commented the principal of this school, and we have the video. The transcript is on record, but let me say what she says. She says there is not a minute delay. Canara Bank paper was distributed. After 47 minutes or 50 minutes, we got to know that it should have been SBI. We contacted the agency, NTA, and they said now its time has gone, now let them attempt Canara Bank. And we allowed them to attempt Canara Bank. This, the principal of the school is on record, and we can run the video just now. Now, in order to overcome of this, because they, after allowing the Hardyal school people to attempt Canara Bank paper all the time, they also gave them the grace marks. And they are not able to justify, because yesterday when this question was put to them, that's right. Look, what I say, that's a different issue. What I say is there is absolutely no place in system. Somebody attempted Canara Bank paper, the entire 3 hours and 20 minutes, NTA grants them grace marks. Then they unilaterally withdraw the grace marks, and before this honorable court they say we committed a mistake, we committed a blunder, now we are withdrawing it, we are having a retest. This honorable court, the other coordinate bench, only says that alright, you are withdrawing grace mark, you are having a re-examination. Fine, go ahead with it. But there is no adjudication that how they picked up 1,563 people first to take grace marks and then to withdraw and a re-examination. There is another important fact which they have not brought to my lord's notice. Out of this 1,563, 773 people were those people who could not make it even 164 marks, they were failed. After compensatory marks, they could not get even 164. They were allowed the re-examination. All students have to be put at par. And ultimately, Hardyal school participated in re-examination. Now, with regard to 3,307, they say the Canara paper was given. But I want to demonstrate that for their percentage, there are no two question papers which are at par with each other. Cannot be, in my humble submission. And this Canara paper, of course, they knew that is not to be used, but wrongly used. Now, curiously, in this 2-page note, they say out of 3,307 candidates, 7 candidates have secured
more than 622 marks, which corresponds to the top 56 rank, success rate 0.05. How they have picked up the entire data placed before the Honorable Court today by the learned Solicitor General is with reference to 164 marks. For this 3,300, the reference point is 622 marks, and 622 marks out of 56,000 candidates. Probably this is the best picture they could paint here. Now, there is how these 60, what is the average of SBI paper? People securing 164 marks. And what is the average of people who attempted Canara Bank? How many on the touchstone of 164 marks? They were not given this data. So there is no parallel. Can't be. So this vitiates the integrity. Now, I'm just rapidly wrapping up. Going back to Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur and Ghaziabad. These students, they say late loss of time. The same day, the answer, the OMR sheets and question paper were there with these students for 6 hours, first 3 hours, 20 minutes, and later on the full time. How they can be said to be at par with the other candidates who had to attempt the same question paper? It was the SBI question paper was given to them in the morning session at both places. Ghaziabad, they refused to respond. Even Savai Madhopur, what is the justification for the same day and who took that decision? Now they say that alright, all these people, these invigilators and city coordinators are all private people, but we control them through CCTV camera. They are on affidavit before this Honorable Court saying that we got to know at 4:30 from social media that there was a loss of time in Savai Madhopur because a wrong medium question paper was given. It is the CCTV camera. Why couldn't they come to know that there is a wrong question paper given to the people for 2.5 hours? And their reliance is on social media for this. The same thing happened in Ghaziabad. So what is the system in place? Another thing what I found and pointed it out, which they have not responded back. Now, after how we have seen that certain centers are performing extremely well, especially now the comparison the Solicitor General was drawing between quota and seeker. Quota and seeker, the same amount of the total candidates were the same 27,000 in both places. But we may kindly see the difference in the result between quota and seeker. It's more than 50%. In every respect, on all angles. So the seeker has an advantage. Now, how it is happening in the world? Maybe it is happening consistently. This time they are caught. The argument was that if we see the data with reference to the previous year, 2022-23, this time is no bump. I say this is happening consistently even maybe previous years, because after 520, what is the mechanism? They have prescribed in the SOP that how soon the OMR sheet will be seen. The question paper where the students can take out. These are the schools with no boundary wall. We have seen out of 49, only one is Kendriya Vidyalaya. There is no government school. There is no government teacher. There is no police involved there. And now after 520, the OMR sheet and the question paper is there with the invigilator and the center superintendent. Can't they have a teacher, biology teacher, physics teacher there in the center and say now we will deposit it at the city center somewhere and we can deposit it by 8:30, and in the meantime, alright, if not more, let them attempt 10 more questions. And not all of them are not for MBBS, because the merit goes, the people who get admission, the merit goes even up to more than 10 lakh in the BAMS and dental colleges, etc. BDS. Last time I'm told it went up to about 12 lakh. So we are looking for the spots where the people are getting 100% or 700 or 650. No, but this is also a breach. If somebody is able to attempt 10 or 20 more questions, So the system, I would say there is no system in place. And it is too easy to manipulate. And with this kind of a system which the NTA has adopted, their on roll, their employees are about 22, about 33 are on deputation, and rest is all they keep on issuing checks from here. Some videographer in seeker is hired, check is given, and now how good the job is performed, there is nothing to monitor. And the examination with this kind of a checks and balances, I would say it's completely farce and can't be upheld. And just one thing to add. Now, it is a coincidence that I read to this honorable court the news item which showed the e-rickshaw. Straight away, the news item was CBI, not CBI is here, they will confirm that this e-rickshaw carrying the question paper, because question paper, this is a template which can be
report number 3 gives that photo, clarifying that it's not a question paper, it is the OMR
sheet.
I can clarify just
whereas it's not the same photograph saying that this
no, just hold on, I'm just stepping up into it.
the
submission is I didn't. My submission is that there is a report and let the CBI respond to it with no filters in between. OMR sheet and question paper is in the same envelope.
Exactly.
It is never ever separate. And the report specific is that instead of this private courier company, instead of taking the question paper on 3rd of May directly to the SBI and Canara Bank, it took it to straight away to this Oasis school where the breach take place. On 3rd of May. Now, what is the investigation on that angle? But if I can invite your kind attention to the news item, this is Times of India. Page 12 of my first supplementary note. I have placed the Times of India report. If I can just read a few lines from here. The sources told TOI that CBI attention turned to Oasis School located in Mandai Road, Kali Chowk, and its staff, the agency began gathering digital evidence and discovered that e-rickshaw had gone directly to Oasis School on May 3rd instead of proceeding to the SBI main branch where it was supposed to be stored. This is a report quoted by Times of India from the source of CBI. Now, what they say, except saying that it is because the report is somewhere below the e-rickshaw, Indian Express says it is OMR. OMR did not go into trunks, but let me explain this. As per their case, after examination at 5:20, the OMRs are to be collected. They have prescribed a specific cloth under which those are to be sealed and those are to be given to the city center. There is one center in the city where all this is to be deposited. Hazaribagh. What was the center at Hazaribagh where these OMR sheets were to be finally deposited? And how come this again it is being e-rickshaw is taking these OMR sheets in a center? If there are I don't know how many students are there in this Oasis school, but even if there are 200, 300 people, these are 300 pages. Those 300 pages will not go into the trunks and e-rickshaw. There is something which do not meet the eyes of the some people. Everything is not placed before this court. So they do not come clean with regard to Ghaziabad. They have not yesterday not saw it with regard to Bahadurgarh. They first said Harjal school they attempted full-time Canara Bank paper. They said that for the other centers we gave the grace marks. Then today they say no, the other centers we didn't give the grace marks because there was a loss of time, we gave them the extra time. Now who decided? There was a loss of time maybe in Ghaziabad, loss of time
in Rajasthan, Savai Madhopur, there they did not give extra time to attempt the same question paper. They asked the student to rewrite between 6 to 9. And in Bahadurgarh, some superintendent or all these private people, they took a decision that all right, we extend it for 1 hour or half an hour. We will kindly send for the files as to who was competent to take this decision, who actually took those decisions. Are the principals of the school taking this decision? How they picked up and chose 1563 people? Who took those decisions? What are the file notings? What are the communications? Their only object as of now seems to be that anyhow we persuade this honorable court to sustain the examination, come whatever may. The entire confidence that the league is limited is born from the fact that accused are saying that it is not beyond Patna. Why would the accused confess that we have 100 other post-dated checks which are lying somewhere else and we have supplied question paper somewhere else also? At least CBI did not sound that confident that there is nothing beyond Patna. The expressive news was so far. So, but I would at the end conclude by saying this: there is absolutely no sanctity left. There is no SOP, there is no system fix that how soon the OMR sheet is to be sealed. I'm sorry to repeat it. And there is no system. Can you notice this? There is no time frame given for sealing of OMR sheet in their SOP which I have placed on record. They did not think it appropriate to find that if somebody living in Gujarat is applying for Maharashtra and giving address of Maharashtra, why would they ask the candidate to submit a proof? Look, we go for a ration card, they ask for a proof. For an Aadhaar card is almost everyone. Look, I am sure all these 22 lakh candidates had the Aadhaar card with them. Why they are permitting this kind of malaise in the system? So grateful. Much of it. Please.
Yes. Your Lordship's question that today, given the situation that the investigation is incomplete, the investigators have told your Lordships that it is possible that about 155 students alone were involved, only 155. It is not fair to upset nearly 24 lakh students. That is the question that your Lordships had. Would it be in those circumstances fair to upset the entire exam? Firstly, my lords, what your Lordships should examine is what has come out in this hearing so far. Has it reassured your Lordships that a fair exam was indeed held?
No.
That when there was unfairness which was reported, was it fairly investigated? And what the investigating agency has told your Lordship, that it took place at a very brief point of time on the day of the exam, and therefore the contamination was very limited. Is that something which your Lordship would place reliance on? I am going by exactly what the CBI said. The CBI says that there is an organized mafia in these matters. They work on a business proposition. 3 months prior itself, they have sent out their agents saying, if you are willing to pay, we will get you the paper. And we will see to it that you get a rank of your choice. Now, what the CBI has told you is that the leak has occurred between 8:02 and 9:26 on the morning of the 5th. When one Mr. Pankaj Kumar goes into that room in Hazaribagh, extracts the paper, takes photographs, refills it in that envelope, closes the trunk, comes out, and only thereafter physically goes to another place in Hazaribagh, gives it to the solvers, or from outside. So that takes it to around from 9:26. It takes it to 9:30. Your lordships will mark the timeline from 9:30 to 12:30. That is the timeline that the CBI has told your lordships. At 9:30, if the papers are photographs are either taken physically or WhatsApp, then the solvers are split, and let's give them another half an hour to answer 30 questions, 20 questions each that they get. That takes it to 10. Between 10 and 12, because 12:30 they dropped off back. Students are supposed to have read the papers and wrote, memorized it, and then gone. Now, my lords, for that uncertain chance of 2 hours, which parent will pay 30 lakhs to 75 lakhs in advance? Please take just that. That is why it is implausible.
Now students, even I'm scared. I don't know what are they going to say now. Guys, what do you think? Are we going to get the final verdict today? Are we going to get the final verdict today? Yes? Are we going to get the final verdict today? Tell me. What do you think? What do you think? Yes? Are we going to get the final verdict today, students? What do you think? If it's a yes, you can type Y in the chat section. If it's a no, you can type N. Final verdict. I'm not talking about the Re-NEET or no Re-NEET, but yeah. Right now I'm talking about the final verdict. Today I believe we are going to get it. And we should, because it's very draining. It's literally very draining, not just for the students, even for the teachers. Right? Even we don't have any clarity. The students of NEET 2025, some of them are still confused. That ma'am, we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe they will ask for the re-examination. Then we have to write it also. So really, I think that we deserve the final answer today. Yes? No. Today it should not be, right? We don't want any date further. Yes? Guys, we'll get the final answer, because see, even if they'll say that if even CGI will say that I want further information on this and that thing, right, and about the Telegram video, if they'll ask that we want the forensic results, right, bache, so obviously it will take another day, and the same, right, same discussions will be there again, the same points will be discussed again and again. So I believe that today they should give the final judgment. So let's hope for the best, guys. Let's hope for the best. Right now even I am getting that feeling, when we check our result, the board result, right, when in the site it is just buffering and all of a sudden it just came. So I am having the same feeling. So let's see. Okay. Honestly speaking, even I don't want one extra date. He will give the final verdict tomorrow. No, today at least they should. Let's see. Hope for the best, guys. Let's hope for the best.
Minutes.
Yes.
Now, Alex, I do not have the benefit of any of the reports, but I am going by the first FIR which the Patna police registered, and I submit to your lordships that where it is clear that on the 9th of the 4th, the students had solved papers and were asked to memorize, and despite all that, they still failed. So obviously, when preparations are made for people to pass exams or to get a good rank, they need adequate time. This kind of timeline does not work. This brief 2-hour intervention, my lords, is not plausible. And in fact, the Oasis school from where it was, where this leak happened, there is a video of the principal saying that when the earlier EOU asked, showed him how this had happened, their conclusion seemed to be that the leakage happened before the papers went into the bank. There is a video of the man when he was not under arrest. The leakage has probably happened on the 3rd. It happens in Hazaribagh. It is caught in Patna.
Exactly.
And it is at the behest of Sanjeev Mukhia, who has not only a history of conducting leaks, he is now a big investor in leaks. My lord, true. Yes, that is argued. Please, my lord. The question is,
There is a final submission is going on.
Precedent that 3 of your lordships will hold. Most of the judgments that your lordships have delivered are 2 judge judgments, and if your lordships were to be called upon to say that, look, this much of a leak or of a localized leak is not something which we will interfere in and which we will possibly say, for want of a better term, wink at, then as a lawyer, I might tell you, lordships, that for the next 20-30 years, we will be forever striving to say, no, this is not a leak of that kind, this is a leak of this kind, and it is such a small one. So, just before I end, my lords, this precedent point came up much earlier, where the argument was made as the solicitors made, and I beseech you, rest once the law to your authority to do a great right, do a little wrong. And Portia's answer was, it must not be, there is no power in whereas can alter a decree established. It will be recorded for a precedent, and many an error by the same example will rush into the state. It must not be.
Yes, thank you, sir.
And
I wanted to answer 2 questions of Justice Patiwala and Justice Lordship's question. And when questions are raised, any member of the bar who was actively participating in the discussion can certainly answer it. And I did not do anything wrong, and I am sorry, I was unfairly treated. That's a different story. Now that's a different story. Let me come into the case. Coming to the state. Now, I am amazed at the kind of discussions which has been going on here. We are conducting a criminal trial. We are going to the niceties. We have got the CPI. But notice it, what kind of discussions which have been going on. The issue is, you ask a common man, a man in the street, there is an examination leak. I gave my petition, I said only one thing. There has been a leak has been happened, then there is no alternative. There is no alternative than a retest. It certainly relieves inconvenience. Certainly. And only thing that can be thought of is how to reduce the inconvenience. And I made a suggestion, which my friend also adopted, that this be conducted as a NEET preliminary examination. 13 lakh students are qualified. And that be taken for the final examination. And this is an administrative issue. Today, because of PAS, etc., we take many things which are in the realm of falling in the exclusive realm of governance into the court. And therefore, this is something the government did a great injustice to the court. The government it was their problem. It was a issue of governance, and the government very conveniently very conveniently did not raise the maintainability of these petitions. Allowed questions, the detailed arguments to be made for days and days, and they are literally shunning away from their responsibility. There is a government. This is an issue concerning lakhs of people. It is a call of the minister. It is a call of the government. And the government has said to, I'm not anti-BJP, but in fact I supported BJP. I advocated for voting for BJP. But what happened today? This is something utterly, I'm not using a very strong expression, unacceptable. The government of the day is accountable to the people. When your lordship, I always say, when your lordship takes a decision, that only binds the parties before you. When the parliament takes a decision, we are all present in the parliament, and we are symbolically present in the parliament. It binds all of us. In the last couple of years, the governments, what the parliament have to do, what the government have to do, it is being, the courts are forced to do. Courts are forced to do. Therefore, the question today is, what is the given situation, what is to be done? Admittedly, there is a need. And it leaves no option than to cancel the examination as rightly Justice Vikamla has said. 0.00% doubt. Examination has to be cancelled. And that is the only option. This is a matter which should have been concluded in 20 minutes. And good that we spend a good lot of time. I am not bothered about it. And therefore, my advice to the court is that court should not enter into the domain of the executive. Let the government do its job. Let the government answer to the people. The parliament is going on. Session is going on. The very NEET issue is before the parliament. And here is a Solicitor General. He doesn't even oppose. I am for the petitioner. I am strongly advocating the cancellation of this examination. Still, I said, as a matter of principle, a lawyer has to speak over the fundamental constitutional principle. A fundamental constitutional principle is that these are all administrative issues, and assuming that the government, at least the matter should have been delegated to the government. Government should have directed to take a decision. And the government, supposing that the government has taken a decision after hearing both of us, parties affected, not only those who are asking for cancellation of the examination, but also those who are asking for non-cancellation of the examination, because they are the ones who stand to benefit by the results. Both parties, to the extent possible, unlike a court, the government is under no obligation to hear everybody. Because the government represents the people, and therefore no obligation to hear everybody. But court, when a court decides a matter, it is under a duty to listen to everybody. Otherwise, the President of Alios Acta, Adori, Nazari, non-defect. Court has no jurisdiction to bind anybody who is not before it. So, having this fundamental principle being stated, and whenever every PAL comes before this court should certainly address itself. The people affected are not here, and we don't represent the people of this country. And these issues concerning the public at large cannot be decided behind the back of thumb. These proceedings are not representative proceedings. These are proceedings, in my case, 16 students were affected by it. Therefore, when this case came, the only option is to throw the ball back to the government's court, and the government to take a call on the question of cancellation, and the government would have done it in moments' time. It wouldn't have been able to justify this examination, not even one moment. The government would have come with the conclusion, the decision to cancel it forthwith, and the government very conveniently, saying that it is a non-adjudicatory, the Solicitor General says non-adjudicatory litigation. What is that? Non-adjudicatory. There is nothing like non-adjudicatory. Court's job is to decide disputes. The court's duty is to decide disputed questions of fact and apply the law. If the issues are non-adjudicatory, there is nothing. It is administrative. And I conclude by saying one word. I forgive your lordship for all the insult to me and humiliation. I forgive your lordship, don't forgive them for they don't know what they are doing. I have nothing in my mind. I have the greatest of regard for your lordship and lordship. Bhadivana also. I have the greatest of regard, though I was insulted. I don't take anything in my mind. But my lord, this NEET examination has to be cancelled forthwith, It cannot be denied 1 minute because the precious time of the students are lost and a fresh examination has to be conducted forthwith, and it is for the government to decide whether it has to be for the 13 lakh students was selected or it has to be for a lesser number. And these are areas where the court should step in, because what is governing the matters of administration, but those in governance alone come to know about it. Somebody said it's a certainly NEET is a very loosely conducted, all outsourced, but that is true. But in a governance, outsourcing is necessary. Without which no government can function. Everything the NEET department cannot do it. So most of the things which my friend Hoda and Sanjay Khadge argued, with respect, I disagree with them. And only my submission is, this is an issue which we thrown to the government's court. Let them decide. Let them decide. Let the parliament is going. Let them answer to the parliament, and let them not shirk their responsibility and throw all public issues to the court's domain. Because I say so, because average time which a older litigant who comes for grievances is 93 seconds. When I come to your lordship for the SFP, it is dismissed in 93 seconds. And I had a recent incident where my SFP was dismissed even 60 seconds. So therefore we have to revisit it. The DA business has to be discouraged, and only petitions here, at least affected parties are there. My petition is not PA. My petition is somebody who is seeking declaration of their fundamental rights. And my lord, I conclude, the research has to be cancelled, examination has to be contested, great oblige.
Just 2 minutes.
Your Lordships.
Your Lordships asked a question to Honorable Senior Lords that in this situation, what Your Lordships should be doing in case because the investigation is yet not complete. So this has been answered because in that judgment which I referred yesterday, I just want to repeat a paragraph so that will assist Your Lordships. Because before that, that Tanvi Sarwal was not cited before the Lordships in the Sachin Kumar's judgment. I tried to check it. That's also 2 judgment judgment. This is also 2 judgment judgment. So this was not cited before Lordships. That's what I could.
The subsequent judgment which I decided was a case where the government had decided to cancel the entire case.
So here
there was no question of the court being that by the statute. So the legality of the decision of the government to cancel the entire exam wasn't called into question.
Here we are not able to segregate the tainted from the tainted. This Lordships, you may see paragraph 18 if Lordship wants I can. Paragraph 18 2015 6 SCC 573. The same situation before Lordships as in today. Third line though as on date 44 such candidates have been identified, having regard to the modus operandi put in place, the number of cell phones and other devices used, is not unlikely that the many more candidates have availed such undue advantage. So maybe what
There are 50 relevant.
Yeah, 50.
Let's see paragraph 50
Yes. The investigating agency in its report has stated in clear terms that from the disclosure recorded, it is beyond doubt that the strategy of providing answer key has been executed by an organized gang with a network spreading over different parts of the country. The Inspector General of Police, who was present in this list, with his team, having been granted the leave, submitted that the investigation is full swing in progress, etc. etc. It was the case against Pan-India.
So today the situation is they themselves are saying that we are yet to investigate further. Now that is also looked into in paragraph 18 of Lordship sees. Yes, though as on date 44 such candidates have been identified, having
the last line he says frankly admitted that in process it might not be possible to identify. But it's an all India issue.
It's a para 18 third line clause. Though as on date 44 such candidates have been identified, having regard to the modus operandi put in place, the number of cell phones and other devices used is not unlikely that many more candidates have availed such undue advantage being a part of the overall design, and in the process have been unduly benefited while the other students who had made sincere and genuine endeavors to solve the answer papers on the basis of devoted preparation and hard labor. In view of the widespread network that has operated, as well in this case it appears so, as the status report disclosed and the admission of person arrested including some beneficiary candidates, we are of the opinion that in view of the strong possibility of the identification of other candidates as well involved in such malpractices, that examination has become a suspect. As it is, the system of examination pursued over the decades has been accepted by all who are rational, responsible and sensible
to be an accredited one for comparative evaluation of the merit and worth of candidates vying for higher academic pursuits. It is thus necessary for all the role players in the process to secure and sustain the confidence of the public in general, the students, fraternity in particular, in the system by its unquestionable trustworthiness. Such a system is endorsed because of the credibility informed with guarantee of fairness, transparency, authenticity, and sanctity. They cannot be compromised with this imperative at any cost. So now, even at the cost of 44 students and a possibility of more people being found, so lordships did set aside, the principal said 2 lakhs, because my information is there was 6 lakh students. This is the same API, all India pre-medical test, the same which was to happen before NEET started, and it used to be conducted by CBSE in that.
Okay.
Yes, please. And then 19, segregation only of already 44 identified candidates stated to be the beneficiaries of the unprincipled maneuver by withholding the results for the time being in our comprehension cannot be the solution to the problem that confronts all of us. Not only thereby, if the process is allowed to advance, it would be pushed to the vortex of a litigation pertaining thereto in the foreseeable future. The prospects of candidates would not only remain uncertain and tentative, they would also remain plagued with the prolonged anguish and anxiety if involved in the ordeal of court cases. Acting on this option would, in our estimate, amount to driving knowingly the students who are not at fault to an uncertain future with their academic career in jeopardy on many counts. Further, there will also be lurking possibility of unidentified beneficiaries of the candidates taking a march over them on the basis of the advantages availed by them through the underhand dealings as revealed. Having regard to the fact that the course involved with time would yield the future generations of the doctors of the country who would be in charge of the public health, their inherent merit to quality for taking the course can by no means be compromised. So, because even if 10 to 20,000 students come up in the front and I am pushed outside the 1,08,000 members, ultimately, my chances, because only one more chance, one more thing, because your lordship yesterday I indicated the issue which I said, because the OMR sheet issue. Your lordship said it's a personal issue because an individual client.
Guys, as of now, this advocate, he's just
because
reading.
The issue, because, sorry. It's an OMR issue because in fact it appears to be a part of the systematic failure because it's not only my client because she has not been given the OMR sheet because when the OMR sheet when she got initially she calculated it came to 650 around 650 but when the result came it is 103. They have been emailing to the NTA give the OMR sheet, they have not given till now. So let's and
Lordship, my one submission is a very important thing to say. Lordships, there my solicitors and CBI entire focused only here the Hazaribagh and Patna. Lordship, it is not focused here the 5 years scales. Point number 1. Lordship, there is the before of the examinations. Point number 1. It means there is 9 February 16 months before. Secondly, Lordship, when notifications came, it means there is the form filling forms. It means 9 February to 16 March. In which regions a lot of candidates appeared in the different centers. Next is third we have seen the lordships.
As of now, students, basically this advocate, he was just reading a judgment of a case, right? And that is before AIPMT. Like now we have NEET, we used to be, and before NEET there used to be AIPMT, All India Pre-Medical Entrance Test. And before that they used to conduct another examination for taking, for giving students the admission in the MBBS courses, right? And there 44 students were identified as the, the beneficiary of the some scam at that time. I don't know about that scam, right? So there the judgment was that 44 students, right? Because they were they were chased and like they cancelled the examination. So it is like right now discussion is around the Re-NEET.
Number 137,754 of the present form. Because we also stand for some of the candidates who have secured high mark.
So all are giving their final submissions. Okay, final submissions. Then the judges will give the final verdict. So let's hope for the best.
Decision may not be based on suspicion or contempt because these are all managed to be proved beyond reasonable doubt. I would like to suggest one decision, Lords. A year 94 Supreme Court 626.
AR 1994, Supreme Court 626, where at paragraph 44, the losses refer to the Privy Council decision. Of course, it concerns fraud alleged in a civil proceeding. Now, it is held at paragraph 44, Lords. And in so and so, like AR 1941, Privy Council 9.
What is the name of the case?
Lords, it is, sorry, it is 20 and then spend 10 appellant versus Indian Child Pro Matters.
You don't bank guarantee.
Not like that. So that's right. I only submitted that it concerns allegation of fraud in a civil proceeding.
Thank you.
One more solution, Lord, and one more solution, Lord. So far as the particular question is concerned, eligibility for NEET plus is the board examination. The board examination prescribed the NCRT books, and many of the students who are following the NCRT book, which provided all the answers. Therefore, both the answers given by the students are based on the NCRT books, which is the basis for the basic examination for the NEET test. Therefore, they may not be deleted, and therefore the students who gave the correct answer may be given the marks that are given. That's what my question.
Lordships, I am
appearing in
successful petitioners in IA number 140031.
You don't want any examination.
I don't want, Lordships, my humble submission.
You are asking that.
One, Lordships.
Just because you are for an intervener.
I understand, Lordships. One specific point, my lords. In Tanvi Sarwar case, Lordships interfered and cancelled the examination within 45 days. Whereas when it comes to we people, after the result was declared, there was a Rawlsian ignorance, wheel of ignorance, my lords, when it came to the candidates who were involved in Tanvi Sarwar case. Whereas in our case, my lords, after we being declared successful, on the basis of a conclusive police report, Lordships interfered in Tanvi Sarwar case. Whereas in this case, my lords, police report, CBI report is not as conclusive as what happened in that case, my lords. So we being successful, dropped into the rigor of re-examination again, might be, my lords, it may be difficult for us. So on behalf of the successful candidates, I plead, Lordships.
Your Lordships, I am appearing in item 21.34. If your Lordships allow for Re-NEET, we are covered. But if your Lordships do not allow for Re-NEET, your Lordships, our relief is restricted to seeking parity with 1563 students. Your Lordships, we are the tribal students from Meghalaya who appear from two centers, Riboi and Jowai. So, your Lordships, admittedly, there has been loss of time as apparent from the representations made by the center coordinators and also admitted by the NTA.
Students, so basically they are talking about the Meghalaya. Anyone from Meghalaya? Anyone from Meghalaya? Because if they are, right, she made it very clear that if they are giving the Re-NEET, then their points are covered. But they are
that has been also admitted by NTA in their response dated 17th of July.
That's your individual grievance in regard to the Meghalaya school.
Please, Your Lordships, and then this, please, Your Lordship. Your Lordship, in case there is no Re-NEET, I would pray that if the answer of option number 4 is considered to be only that answer, I would expect only if the.
And in item number 24, it is on a completely different tangent. Since 2020, before the Delhi High Court, we have been educating that the NTA officers are involved in the swapping of my OMR sheets. My lord, in the digital.
My lord, I am also here with the same grievance. When the NTA answer sheet was released, I had scored almost 509 marks. I had attempted 131 questions, and when the final result came out, I scored -6, which was very shocking.
But interestingly, the Delhi High Court had confiscated the OMR.
Also, my lord,
at the Lordships, this is the end of the hearing.
Mr. now.
Just wait.
The committee or something like
We have.
Yes, sir, have no idea about that.
We have. I'm sorry, but I should have pointed that out. There is a 7-member committee, subject to your Lordship's approval. It is. Yes. But it is 121 of the counter, I think.
All 21 of the counter.
Yes.
So what are you thinking, students? What are the chances?
Former Chairman ISRO and Chairman Board of Governance, IIT Kanpur, and Dr. Randeep Gudelia, former Director AIIMS Delhi, Professor B.J. Rao, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Hyderabad, Professor Ramamurthy K, Professor Emeritus, Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras, Shri Pankaj Bansal, co-founder, People Strong and board member of Karma Yogi Bharat, Professor Aditya Mittal, Dean, Student Affairs, IIT Delhi, Shri Govind Jaiswal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Education as a member secretary.
So students, they are talking about the committee that NTA has formed.
R21 with my counter dated.
So basically guys, Advocate Buddha, he tried to prove that the sanctity of examination is compromised, which is true. We all know that. Now let's see.
It's the number, since at the end of the day, on a lighter note, sometimes we are also supposed to be missing the virtual hearings where there is a facility of muting.
We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Guys, so today we are going to get the final verdict. He'll be back in, they all will be back in 5 minutes. Okay.
We come back after that. So,
Okay, so today the court is not adjourned. We will get the final verdict today. So yes, it is the D-Day. It is the D-Day. They just need 5 minutes. They just need 5 minutes and then they'll give the final verdict. So today I'm really happy that Meghalaya issue, it also came, right? Because their students, they lost the time and they didn't get any compensatory marks. They didn't get any chance to write the exam again. Okay, so what do you think, people? What do you think what's going to happen? As of now, if we see all the arguments, right, let's say, if we talk about the sanctity of exam, yes, it is compromised. It is compromised. On that ground, they can give the Re-NEET, right? They can say that Re-NEET should be there. Re-NEET should be there, right? If we talk about the paper leak matter, yes, the investigation is not completed yet, right? The mastermind is still not, right? It is still not arrested. So basically, the mastermind is still not arrested. So again, this is also a very serious point because let's say if we get arrested after a month and then we got to know that the paper was not leaked in 2 states only, it was further distributed to another state. So that is also a ground for Re-NEET, right, bache? And let's talk about the data, right? The data that Solicitor General presented before the court. So in that data also, they were not considering the same reference point. Wherever, like sometimes it happened, ma'am, take our test, right? Right, but please ask the question from that particular chapter only, that particular topic only. It was like that. It was literally like that today, right? So what that Solicitor General was doing, who's presenting the NTA, he presented the data, but his reference points were different, right? His reference points were different. Are you getting my point? So it's like you are asking me, right, to take a test, but you are telling me that please ma'am, take a test, you can ask anything, but ask anything from the human physiology only or from the plant physiology only. Are you getting my point? So it's like that. Right, it's like that. So if we talk about the data, so he said that even if we see the result of last year or this year, last year the minimum qualifying marks were somewhere 130, 134, and this year it is more than 160, right, 164. So obviously this year students, they worked hard a lot, plus the deduction of syllabus was there. So that is what he is saying. Right, so no doubt systemic failure is there, paper leak is there, sanctity of exam is compromised, students, they are facing a lot of issues about the grace marks, the clarity is not there, right, bache? Then finally they ask for the Re-NEET, okay fine, to compensate this issue, right, so that people, they don't demand this thing again and again. Plus in many states which are actually affected, like in Meghalaya, like in Manipur, they didn't get the fair chances. Okay, that is, so there are many grounds of Re-NEET, but the point is it is very difficult to give such kind of decision because majority of students will be affected. Right, NTA Council is saying only 150 students are the beneficiary, but we are not sure because still the investigation is going on, and as of now, because the time was also right, even CBI. Right, CBI didn't get the sufficient time, so obviously in that time they investigated this Patna and this this Hazaribagh matter. Right, maybe if they'll get the sufficient time, then they'll figure out the another links also. Right, so there are many grounds on which they can give Re-NEET, but the point is that mental health of 24 lakh students, right, and it is very difficult to conduct the exam again after the result declaration. So these are the points which are constraining it. So let's see for 5 minutes, right, after 5 minutes, students, after 5 minutes they'll give the final result. After 5 minutes, they are going to give the final result. So let's see, let's hope for the best. So you tell me, what do you think, students? What do you think? Right? There are many grounds on which re-NEET can occur. We have to wait for the 5 minutes. And yes, if I talk about the distribution of papers, yes, in Jhajjar, right, Canara Bank paper was distributed, it was on time. Still, students got the grace marks. So what is this? And today it was a very valid point, right, which was, today a very valid point was discussed in the court, that private schools, the exam was there in the private schools. Who gave them the authority to decide that if we have started the exam late, right, it's okay, let's provide students another 1 hour. Right, and yes, in that Madhopur, right, so by Madhopur, the same thing happened. So they were like, okay, fine, initially we distributed the paper with the wrong medium, okay, so let's give them a chance to write the exam in the evening. Who decided that? Actually, who decided that? Okay, so if you will ask me, if you will ask my opinion, I'm not saying that re-NEET should occur. I know how badly it is going to affect the students who worked really hard for this examination, right? And even if you ask me from the teacher's perspective, it will be very challenging as well. It is going to be very challenging for us as well, right? But the point is, if we consider all the things, right, right, like last time the discussion was that we don't have any solid, any concrete proof. Right, we don't have any solid or concrete proof that re-examination should be there. Yeah, paper leak is at mass level. But the point here is the sanctity of the examination, which is compromised. Right, paper leak is there, systemic failure is there. Right, there are many things which are not discussed, which are not even, right, which are not even clarified. So, what to do? What to do in that case, students? What to do in that case? What to do? And obviously, I know, let's say, if they'll say, go for the re-NEET, obviously they have to allot the time. Then what about the next academic session? It will be delayed, right? And it will also hamper the next academic session also. So there are many factors which judges need to consider. Maybe that's why they ask for the time. And today even they are also clear that they want to give, right? They want to give the final verdict. Okay. So just for another 5 minutes, we are waiting from 2 months almost, right? So let's wait for another 5 minutes. That's a point. If there will be re-NEET, the toppers will again get good marks, but we cannot say that they will again get 720 marks. The point is, students, the mental state. Just say, let's say you worked very hard for a paper, right? You are working day and night, right? All of a sudden something like this happened, right? Obviously, you'll feel bad. Right, you will feel like that I don't want to study further, I want to quit. There are such kind of emotions as well. Okay, right, and in such young age, sometimes students, they don't know how to channelize such things. So I cannot even say that those who scored 720 out of 720 in their first attempt, they will definitely score 720 out of 720 in their second attempt. No, we don't know their situation, we don't know their family situation. Maybe they will not be able to handle this pressure. Ki, "Arey yaar, I have to read again." Imagine there are some students, right, I was checking out some videos. So some students, they are saying that it was my 4th attempt, it was my 3rd attempt, it was my 5th attempt, and after my 4th attempt, 5th attempt, I qualified the examination. So do you think that they'll be left with the patience to start again? Do you think that they'll be able to start again? What do you think? So that is also challenging, right? That is also challenging, isn't it? Don't you think so? Yes, students, don't you think so? So there are many factors. There are literally many factors. And about that, that where they are saying that 7 layers of protection are there. And this is also a very interesting thing that even I noticed that in that Oasis school, they said the principal received the question papers in e-rickshaw. It is the article of Times of India. And Times of India got this information from the CBI source. Okay. Now, the Solicitor General is saying, no, it was the OMR sheets. But yes, even you said that before the examination, that question paper and OMR sheet, they came together. Henna, isn't it? So, something like that. This is what they discussed today. Right. So, how can we say that they were only in that box only OMR sheets were there. Systemic failure is there. Like some students are writing it is the NTA's fault. Definitely. And that is also the possibility, students, that this kind of scam, they are from last many years, the same things are going on, but at this time it is at such a huge level that we are able to see it, right? Maybe last to last year same thing happened. We don't know, right? We don't know. It's just that you were stealing 10 rupees, 20 rupees, 30 rupees, so no one was able to notice it. But let's say if you will start stealing 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 rupees, obviously, right? Then it will be the matter of discussion. So same is the thing here, right? And about that physics question, some students are also asking about that physics question. They'll give the final verdict. And as per the discussion so far, right, students, regarding that physics question, so CGI, right, their inclination is towards the correct answer. They are not considering that NCERT thing. They are like, we need to focus on the correct answer. We should go for the correct answer, right? We should not say that if in NCERT, right, they are like that, we should not say that if in NCERT a wrong statement is given, then we should consider it as a right answer, right? So that are the kind of arguments which are going on. Okay, that are the kind of arguments which are going on. So let's say, so for physics question, yes, there are chances that those who got the grace marks might be, now they'll not get it. Okay. So are you getting that goosebumps, that what's going to happen, that cobble wobble, that anxiety? Yes. As of now, they said they have changed the DG of the NTA, they have done this, they have done that, right? And even there are some petitions which are regarding this thing only, that NTA's officials are also involved in this scam. But right now, our another concern is this examination. So let's see what do they say. Yeah, I agree that students, they work hard, right? And this thing is going to be like, if Re-NEET occurs, that will be very shocking for them. Five minutes. So even I am waiting, right? Even I don't know what to say. I literally don't know what to say. 5 minutes completed. But at least today, one thing is clear, that judges, right, they want to give the final verdict, right? Even they know how devastating it is for the students. I don't know. I cannot say anything about the Re-NEET or not, but yeah, there are grounds, right? There are grounds on which there are chances of Re-NEET. So let's say, and even like some students are saying that ma'am, Re-NEET should be there in affected areas. But that is the discussion, right? That is basically the argument that we don't know. We literally don't know. It's just that the leak was there in Hazaribagh, right? It started in Hazaribagh, but it was reported in Patna. Okay, right? Basically, what happened is the leak, it was there and the breach started in Hazaribagh, but it was reported in, right? It was reported in Patna. So maybe it started in some other state, or maybe the question papers, they were distributed to other gang members also, right? So there is a question mark. No clarity is there. No clarity. Yes. What's going to happen? Even I am waiting like you. Arey, we all are nervous today. What about that physics question? Bache, for that physics question, Harsha, as per the hearing, right, this is what I can conclude, that judges, their inclination is towards the right answer. They are not saying that we should follow this NCRT, that NCRT, even that Solicitor General, he tried. That ultimately we have to follow the NCRT. And even for UPSC, we follow the NCRT. And in old editions, right, NCRT, in the old editions of NCRT, the correct answer is the different one. Okay, the correct answer is a different one. So, but judges are like, we should go for the right answer, irrespective of this NCRT thing. So let's see. I think 5 minutes will become 15 minutes. Obviously, it's a major decision, and many are going to follow that, obviously, of course. So guys, if you are concerned about the NEET, let's say firstly let the result come, but if you people are thinking about NEET 2025, right, so after all this, I believe that next time they'll be more cautious. They are going to take care of the thing. The sanctity of the exam, hopefully it will not be compromised. And I hope you know about the Times of India article that maybe your paper will be in 2 phases, which is again good, right? Only deserving students will get a chance to go to the medical colleges then. It is a difficult time, right? Even I am thinking what's going to happen. And some students are saying they should consider the board marks. Nope. Board marks cannot be the solution because in NEET, board marks are not required. So students, they don't pay much attention there, right? They just try to get that qualifying score, or sometimes 60-70%, yeah, 80%, they don't pay attention there. I don't know. Re-NEET will be challenging for students, plus for the teachers as well, right? So it's not like that we are going to get some benefit. No, we'll be drained again. We have to take the marathons again. We have to teach you the again, right? So we don't know. So guys, first of all, quickly hit the like button. Till then, let's chit chat, right? Let's distract. So hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to our channel. So due to all this, NEET 2025 will be difficult, ma'am. I cannot comment, but ultimately the paper will be from NCRT only, right? So rather than thinking that paper can be difficult or easy, like it's always depends upon your preparation. If you will prepare properly, right? If you guys will prepare properly, if you people, right? If you people will prepare, if you people will consider your syllabus, if you people will focus on that NCRT part, then trust me, it will be easy for you. It's always about the way you prepare. No. It doesn't mean that 2025 paper will be difficult. No, students, no. Paper will be from NCRT. That's what you need to keep in your mind. Final judgment is yet to come. Final judgment is yet to come, students. Final judgment is yet to come. Let's say, like, how many of you are clear that if there will be NEET, you will prepare for that, and how many of you are thinking that you will go for the NEET 2025, right? What are you thinking? Yes, what you people are thinking? Obviously, I can understand anxiety, tension. Guys, obviously, when we generally say 5 minutes, I'll be back in 5 minutes. That doesn't mean 5 minutes. It can be 3 minutes, 4 minutes. It can be 10 or 15 minutes. You know that in India, that's how we communicate. That's how we communicate. And that's something very serious. So let's see. Even my fingers are crossed. Guys, audio is not clear. I believe it's fine. I believe it's fine. And about the courtroom, I cannot help. So what do you think, students? मतलब how much time do you need for the quick revision? Yes? Do you need 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months? Right? I'm not asking about the re-NEET thing in general. What do you think that in how many months you can complete your syllabus properly? Okay. I think they are about to start. Okay, they are about to start. Hope for the best.
Undergraduate examination was conducted by the National Testing Agency, footnote NTA, on 5 May 2024, and results were declared on 4 June 2024. In this batch of cases, the central issue which has been urged before the court on behalf of the petitioners is that the direction for that the direction should be issued for convening a retest in the government that they could run. There was a leakage of the question paper, and ready to do. There are systemic deficiencies in the modalities envisaged for the conduct of the examination. The NEET initial examination was conducted at 4750 centers comprised within 571 cities, besides 14 cities overseas. Between lakh 33,000. Was it 162 or 297? 297. We've got now 162. 297 candidates appeared for the examination. They are competing for 1.08 lakh medical admission at the undergraduate level, of which approximately 56,000 seats are in government hospitals. 52,000, the balance 52,000 being in private institutions, privately managed institutions. During the course of the year, the court will be apprised of the fact that the 50th percentile represents the cutoff for qualification. The 50th percentile represents the cutoff for qualification. The examination consists of 180 questions, each carrying 4 marks.
Guys, have patience, have patience. As of now, they are just explaining that this is in the NEET examination. He's about to give. You can read it here.
one negative mark is a slight fault and incorrect answer. It's all. During the course of the NEET UG, based on the result of the NEET UG 2024, the 50th percentile has worked out to 164 marks out of 720. All candidates who have achieved, who have attained at least the threshold of 164 marks is thus qualified, are thus qualified for being considered for admission. The seats are allocated both among the every category of students and the reserved category consisting of the scheduled castes, consisting of candidates belonging to the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, other backward classes, and economically weaker sections. In view of the permission to be urged on behalf of the petitioners is that the leak which took place in the course of the NEET UG examination is systemic in nature and coupled with the structural deficiencies in the modalities for the examination, the only course of action which is permissible in view of the legal decisions of this court, including what is that citation?
$2015,
including in Talbi Sarwar versus Central Board of Secondary Education, 2015, 6 SEC 573, and so, 2021, 4 SEC 631, is to order, to direct the test.
Okay, guys, there will be the retest. There will be the retest. Just a minute.
By interim order dated 8 July 2022, 24.
One second.
The principal issues in the bench. This court called for the disclosure.
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Applicable by the National Testing Agency, Central, the Union of India, and by the Bureau of Investigation. The role of the CBI has been implicated because the FIs which were registered in Delhi, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, and Bihar have been transferred to the central agency for investigation.
Okay.
Actually, in the earlier order, this court noted that it would have to scrutinize the following aspects on the basis of the data which will emerge in the record. Namely, 1. Whether the alleged breach took place at a systemic level, semicolon. 2. Whether the breach is of a nature which affects the integrity of the entire examination process. Semicolon. And that is 3. Whether it is possible to segregate the beneficiaries of the fraud from the untaken students. The consequent issues to get a agencies of the union to make quick disclosures on the issues which have been highlighted the previous one. So, arguments have been heard over 4 days. And yet, at the benefit of constraint submission, I was on behalf of the petitioner of the University of India and by the National Testing Agency, which was the CBI officer is
Mr. Krishna is additional director.
Mr. Krishna.
Yes. Additional director,
Additional director CBI has appeared in the course of the proceedings to advise upon on the status of the investigation. You can say arguments have been concluded and judgment has been reserved. It's not a matter like a person. It is important that the final conclusions of the court the state that the present stage should be according to the present stage. Since there is an urgent need to bring about the urgent need to provide certainty and finality for a dispute which is affected, for a dispute which affects the careers of over 2 million students. The reasons for the academic conclusions will follow later as we proceed to record the essential conclusions in the following graph. Bracket 1. The fact that the reach of the NEET 2024 paper took place at Azamabad.
Guys, please listen. The final conclusion.
At Patna is not in dispute. But two, following the transfer of the investigation with CBI has filed its status reports dated July 2024. July 2024 and 21 July 2024. The disclosures by the CBI indicate that the investigation is continuing. However, CBI has indicated that at the present stage, the material which was emerged during the course of the investigation would indicate that about 155 students from the examination centers at Hazaribagh and Patna appear to be the beneficiaries of the fraud. Since the investigation by the CBI has not attained finality as at the present point of time, this court had its previous order required the Indian government to indicate whether certain claims in regard to the existence of non-entities or otherwise will be drawn on the basis of the results emanating from the 4,750 centers situated in 539
571.
571 city. So the first one is the direction of the federal union government is produced a report of IIT Madras indicating the position on the basis of data analytics. Since first of the objection of the petitioners to the report of IIT Madras to be considered in the course of the judgment, in the course of the recent judgment which will follow. So at this stage, in order to obviate any controversy, the court has independently scrutinized the data which has been submitted on the record by the NTA control. Bracket 4. At the present stage, on the basis of the material in the record, it is not possible for the court to come to the conclusion that at the present stage, on the basis of the material in the record, at the present stage, there is an absence of material on the record sufficient to lead to the conclusion result of the examination can be refuted, or that there is a systemic breach to the sanctity of the examination. 5. Adding to the absence of conclusion material of the record at the present stage, the data which has been produced from the record, city-wise, center-wise, and the comparison for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024 is not indicative of a systematic leak of the question paper, which would indicate a description of the sanctity of the examination. 5. In arriving at the ultimate conclusion, the court is guided by the well-settled test on whether it is possible to segregate talented students from those whose candidate does not serve, who does not suffer from any tape. Moreover, it would need to be clarified that if the investigation reveals the involvement of an increased number of beneficiaries than those who are suspects in the present stage, action shall be pursued against any student found to be involved in wrongdoing at any stage, notwithstanding the completion of the counseling process. In other words, no student who is revealed to have engaged in acts of fraud or to have been the beneficiary of malpractices will be entitled to claim the vested right or interest in the continuation of the admission in the future. 6. The court is also be mindful of the fact that directing a fresh NEET UG test to be conducted for the present year will be repeated serious consequences, some of which serious consequences for over 2 million students were appeared in the examination, including in particular, one, disruption of the admission schedule for the commencement of medical courses. 2, cascading effects on the course of medical education. Particularly, 3, a beneficial impact on the availability of qualified medical professionals in the future. And 4, a serious element of disadvantage to the marginalized groups of students for whom reservation has been made in the allocation of seats. Seven, for the above reasons, we have to consider you that having any case of the cancellation of the entire NEET UG 2024 examination is neither justified on the application of the special tests which have been propounded in the decisions of this court on the basis of the material on the record. One of the questions in the course of the NEET 2024
Guys, there will be no re-NEET, but still listen to it.
was the following term. I think the report of the went below.
Yesterday's order.
Initially, the answer to which was prepared by the NTA indicated that the one of the above options was the only correct. The form of the options expected above was the correct answer.
Guys,
Subsequently, on a large number of representations submitted to NTA, a decision was taken to the effect that both the second of the above option as well as the fourth option would be treated to be the correct option.
Okay.
Would be given to be correct answers. Good stuff. In order this court dated 22 July 2024, the director of the Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, was requested to constitute a 3-member committee to submit its opinion on which of the options noted above would be the correct option, would be the correct answer to the above question. The Professor the director and professor of the Department of Energy Science and Engineering at IIT Delhi has in his report dated 23 July 2024 indicated that the 3-member committee in the Department of Physics comprising of one, Professor Kabir Ghosh, 2, Professor Aditya Narayan Agni.
Guys, there will be no re-NEET, that is confirmed, but now he's talking about physics question.
Was constituted for that purpose. The expert team constituted by the director IIT has opined that option 4, as extracted above, is the correct answer. Full stop. In order to obviate any ambiguity, option 4, which is B, which is the correct answer, is set out below in inverted commas. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Full stop. In view of the expert determination by the team constituted by IIT Delhi leaves no manner of ambiguity in regard to the correct option, because in fact, initially, the only option which was treated as the correct answer by NTA. Full stop. Options 2 and 4 are mutually exclusive and both cannot stand together. Full stop. We accept the report of IIT Delhi.
Guys, the grace marks for the physics question will not be provided, that's confirmed.
Is the result of the NEET UG 2024 on the basis that the correct answer, that option 4, as set out, as extracted above, represents the only correct answer.
Those who got the grace marks for the physics question, they are not going to get it now.
The number of the question.
The result will be revised.
Since the number of the questions, since the actual number on different answer bouquets, on different OMR sheets, or since the number of the question made is likely to vary in view of the procedure which is followed. The number of the question as well as the option is likely to vary in view of the procedure which is followed in the examination to preserve the integrity of the process. The next, with the pendency of the proceedings,
Negative marking cannot fix the consideration.
no, we just deal with that. During the first hearing, the court had been apprised of the fact that LTA will be conducting a special test for 1563 students in supersession of the compensatory marks which were awarded to the law. The students were given an option of either appearing for the special test. The 1563 students were given the option of either appearing for the special test or the alternative, opting for the revisional marks without the addition of compensatory marks. So NTA is permitted to act accordingly following the test which was held. Next. Since the only question which will be, since the apart from the question which will be the principal issue which will be held before the court relates to the sanctity of the NEET 2024 examination, whether the process is required to be that and the fresh test was to be reconvened. Having answered the question in the above terms, it needs to be clarified that if any student included in the present batch has an individual grievance not bearing on the issue which have been resolved by this judgment, it will be open to them to pursue their rights and remedies in accordance with law. The competing high courts, the jurisdictional high courts, under Article 26 of the Constitution. If any, however, before moving the High Court for example, relief, the petitioners, they have to seek the referral of their petitions before this court. If they have been filed. To start. Then we finally say,
Structural petitions.
the courts below, the courts have been apprised of the fact that the Nigerian government has constituted a 7-member expert committee chaired by Dr. K. Radhakrishnan. Radhakrishnan is a former director of ISRM, a former director of former chairman of ISRO. The committee will, the committee and consisting of the following members, which we read now. The committee will abide by such further directions as may be issued by this court in its annual judgment and order in regard to the areas which should be filed by so as to ensure that the process of conducting the NEET, UG and other examinations falling within the limit of the NTA is duly strengthened so that the instances which came to light during the course of the present year are not repeated in the future.
There were some transfer petitions filed by NTA on this issue itself. They stands not disposed of.
The transfer petitions, those are the issue as regards to the validity of the NEET UG 2024 examination shall stand disposed of in terms of the above direction, subject to the clarification that individual grievances, if any that remain, may be addressed before the complete High Court, before the jurisdictional High Court.
Grateful for the patient hearing. So grateful. In fact, I only filed an IA. So I will withdraw that IA because before lordship because tomorrow our case will start.
I was raising individual grievances are similarly permitted to be withdrawn.
Yes, Lord.
Liberty reserved is kept.
Yes.
Without a small mention, without a small mention, with great respect. Because this is regarding item 21.24, I may be allowed to withdraw my petition, Lord, because it has been tagged with Vanshika Yadav, in which the broad arguments have been addressed.
If was present here and wants to withdraw their petitions, this comment tells the courtmaster, apart from 21.24 who is online, you please record it and we make sure that that is withdrawn so that there's no, you have to go back to the court another time. This do it right now so you can move on.
The report will be for the users. Otherwise, we can apply for certified copies. Inspection of certified. Your lordship may need it for judgment writing.
See, after the judgment is delivered, then we return it back.
Yes, in the meanwhile, parties can apply for inspection or certified copy.
Offer is CBI report. So the CBI report will be maintained with the...
Yes, that's all I need to say.
Because an investigation report. Otherwise, the whole investigation may be derailed if we dispose it at this stage.
Can I, the lordship says no right time to mention. Item number 6 and 9 I am mentioning. These are the two matters. 9 is Shiv Sena, 6 is NCP. Your lordship had intended to have it urgently heard, NEET overtook us. Your lordship will give us the report as possible.
So guys, finally there is no Re-NEET. Okay, so they said that obviously it will be injustice for those who prepared, right, honestly. But for the physics question, right now you students are not going to get grace marks. Approximately 4 lakh students, approximately 4 lakh plus students, they got the grace marks, but now they will not. Right. And one more committee. Yes. So one more committee, they are of 7 member, it will be formed and they'll keep a check that no such thing happen in future. Right, plus CBI will continue their investigation and if there will be any other student who's involved in it, right, so accordingly, right, as per that they'll be treated. So finally,
mentioned 2 and 3. My lord, is that marital rape?
Yeah. So finally, one thing that I can say is no re-NEET. So one thing is very clear that you need to focus on NEET 2025 if you want to be a doctor. Right? If you want to be a doctor, then yes, you should start your preparation for NEET 2025, students. Okay? And again, I will say that if you are passionate enough, right? If you people are passionate enough, do not forget this word. Okay? If you people are passionate enough, then only go for the NEET preparation. Otherwise, there is no need. Right? Otherwise, there is no need. Okay? If you think that you don't have any other option left, you don't know what to do, what not to do, even on this channel, there are many videos, right, where I have suggested the other career options also. So as of now, students, one thing that I can tell you is, right, one thing that I can tell you is that please start your NEET preparation right now without wasting any time. Now we have the clarity that there will be no re-NEET, and of course, after, right, after the withdrawal of these grace marks, right, the ranks will be changed, right? Let's say if you are getting a 55 marks, right, so 5 marks will be deducted because 1 mark will be counted for the negative marking also. So accordingly, there will be the change in the ranks, there will be the change in the marks. So let's see now what's going to happen. Now we cannot say that we will have, 50 plus toppers, right, having 720 out of 720. No, these things will be done. Okay, so guys, now without wasting any time, please start your NEET 2025 preparation. Okay, that's what I can advise you. Please start your NEET 2025 preparation already, right? July is about to end. August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March. That's it. And if you want to complete your syllabus on time, you should do it at least by December, or you can say that maximum by January. Then only in the month of February, in the month of March, you can revise it, right? You need multiple rounds of revision. Right? If you cannot say that you just need to cover your syllabus once. No, you have to complete your syllabus, right? Then you have to repeat it again and again. You have to revise it again and again. And then you should practice the question. You should give the mock test. So for that, you really need to start on time. So if you are waiting, then I'll start in the month of November, I'll start in the month of December, I'll see in the month of January, I'll join the crash course, till then I'll follow the YouTube. Guys, you will end up in wasting your time. Because next year also, if you are thinking the number of aspirants will be less, I don't think so. Right? As I said earlier, you can say not 24 lakhs, let's say, maybe 20 lakh, maybe 21 lakh. Aspirants will still be there. We don't know whether the medical seats will increase for the next year or not. So you have to start your preparation. Because next year, right, they'll avoid such errors, right? They'll try to conduct error-free exam, right? They are not going to give you the bonus marks again and again. So I'll suggest you people to start, and you know that Phoenix Pro batch is there, right? Phoenix Pro batch is there in the video. In the description box of this video itself, there is a link. You can click on that and you can start your classes. We are going to start that batch from 26th of July, students. Okay, so from 26th of July, your classes will start and you just need to pay 4,999. That's it. That's all. And there are no hidden charges for till your NEET 2025, students. You will get the classes, you will get the test series, you will get the study material, and you will even get the practice sessions. So start your preparation now. Yes, there is no NEET, right? In the description box itself, okay, in the description box itself, there is a link for the video, right? You can click on that and be the part of that batch, because from 26th of July, we are going to start with the human physiology. Okay, without wasting any time, we are going to start with the human physiology. So kindly take care of that, and let's hope for the best, and let's not just have that same mindset that next year same thing will happen. I don't want to study. No, right? We cannot just give up like this. I know the systemic failures are there, and I know it's very badly, it affects you very badly, and even this time, even teachers are also affected. It feels very bad when our students, they come to us and they are like, okay ma'am, I scored that much of marks, but still we cannot congratulate them. We cannot say that yes, you are definitely going to get the seat. Okay, so all I can say is that please be honest, start your preparation, okay, and just give your best